and welcome to the City Council work session for 10 May 2022. Hybrid council meetings allow people to join online through WebEx or in person at the city and county building. We are continuing to watch COVID rates to make the safest choices for all of us. Masks are no longer required in city facilities, but attendees who prefer to continue using the mask are welcome to do so. We will continue to monitor the situation and take any reasonable precautions for the public and staff. As many of you know, there is no public comment during the work session. However, please join us at the 7 p.m. formal meeting on Tuesday, May 17th, 2022, to share any comments. The City Council has begun budget discussions regarding Mayor Mendenhall's proposed budget for fiscal year 22 to 23. Our agendas for the next several weeks will be focused on reviewing the proposed budget for each city department. We invite the public to attend the two public hearings on May 17th and June 7th to provide comments on the city's budget for fiscal years 2022 to 2023. Your feedback is always welcome, and you can share with the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145-476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, or emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or calling our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. And Scott will be moderating today's meeting. We'll turn on to our first item on the agenda, and it's the update from the admin. And as always, we have Mayor Mendenhall here with us this afternoon with Andrew Johnson and Rachel Otto and Tim Cosgrove. Mayor, it's all yours.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We have a slide deck for you, as usual, if your staff could pull that up for us. I'll give you the COVID update today. Tim Cosgrove will do the community outreach update, and of course, Andrew will give you an update on homeless services and unsheltered population. I think there's an administrative update slide deck if staff could pull it up. Can we go to the first slide? Thanks. So this week is on the bottom section of this page, as you can see. Not dramatically different numbers from the previous week. We're still seeing that number is really quite alarming, of 35%, now down to 34% of eligible people in the county being up to date on their COVID vaccines. And a lot of what that is with the declining numbers is people over 50 or with qualifying pre-existing conditions needing an additional booster, but not yet having received that additional booster. Can we go to the next slide, please? Our wastewater trend is stable right now, and we have a slide showing that data in just a few minutes. New York Times is reporting that we have the 4th fastest growing case rate in the nation. It's up by 169% in the last 2 weeks. You'll see a slide on that in just a moment. So the number of people, though, in the ICU is down, while basically every other measure is on the increase. So deaths are up, reported deaths, I should say, specifically hospitalizations, tests are up, and that's for the state as a whole. So if people, I know it's harder now to just drive up and get a vaccine, but at the Salt Lake County Health Department offices, there's still walk-in vaccine availability and test availability. And so we encourage people, if you're eligible for your vaccine booster or if you want to get a PCR test, please check out the Salt Lake County Health Department testing website. And the reporting right now is seeing this increase in summer and fall cases being predicted with new variants on the rise. The CDC is still saying that being vaccinated will decrease, of course, the effects of the virus and decrease the rate of hospitalization. So they're still encouraging that. Next slide, please. Here you can see the last 2 months of case counts, and that we're clearly back into an upswing of cases. I'm sorry, the last 3 months pictured here. Next slide, and you'll see that across the US population, 70% of the eligible population are fully vaccinated. And almost 50% of 12 and older are boosted. Really dramatically different numbers from the 35% in Salt Lake County who are up to date. So being fourth fastest growing rate in the nation, hopefully people will start to get those updates on their vaccines. Next slide, please. I know this is kind of a tricky slide to read, but basically you can see a lot more red dots showing increasing cases, and this is from the sewage data that we're collecting through our public utilities and with other partner entities across the state. You can see that increase right along the Wasatch Front. Next slide, please. Here's that stable data from the the water reclamation facility data. Is there any questions from council or any requests of other data that you want to see that we can start bringing to you on Tuesdays?
It seems like it's counter to the New York Times of saying 169%, and this is basically flat. And this is a leading indicator, I thought.
Yeah, and I don't know if Laura's not in the room at the moment, and it looks like Rachel has some information about how.
Okay.
I was just going to whisper in her ear, sorry. This is the Salt Lake City specific data, and so the New York Times was really looking at the state as a whole. So that's why you're seeing like the New York Times reporting as a whole, where you're seeing cases go up and hospitalizations, et cetera. But the cities, we're still kind of seeing a little bit of a stable trend. So there you go.
Okay, all right. So that helps out. So the New York Times was Utah.
Yeah.
And of course the wastewater is Salt Lake City,
Right.
because it's our district. Got it.
So I haven't seen analysis on the wastewater kind of amalgamated across the state and what that trend would say, but could look for that next week if that's helpful.
So if we can jump back one slide to so the one dot of Salt Lake City that's or perhaps a yellow dot and a red dot combined, drilling down into the next slide of data, but you can see how much increase there is outside of Salt Lake City that's accounting for that. And the earlier data that we showed is Salt Lake County specific. So I'm sorry that we don't have more city specific data, but we rely on the county.
Yeah, I understand that there's no there's no barrier or wall. It's gonna travel. So that's all helpful there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, council. Turn time over to Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council members. It's a pleasure to be with you. Tim Cosgrove. I have the pleasure and the distinction of serving as the Mayor's Community Liaison for Districts 5 and 7 and currently covering 6. This week actually marks my 6th year with the city, so it's been an enjoyable time. Thank you. The next slide, we have our community engagement highlights. So Salt Lake City, we believe that the public input is very important in making the right decisions for our city. The link at this site includes a list of projects that are currently collecting feedback and a list of reports from recently closed surveys. Starting off with the next slide, thank you, Taylor. The Ballpark Station area plan is in the midst of public comment period. I know a council member and I both heard Nanette Larson from planning give a presentation to the Ballpark community just last Thursday. She did a great job. There was a lot of interest in the library in the neighborhood, so that received a lot of positive comments. The planning is tentatively scheduled to be in front of the Planning Commission on June 22nd. And jumping to shelter zoning, the shelter zoning process is still in some of the internal review, but small group meetings with stakeholders are being identified and planned very soon. The North Point Small Area Plan has a scheduled community meeting on May 16th, and that will be in person, but we'll also have an opportunity to engage with the online option on May 17th with the goals and objectives for the plan are due at the end of this month. The proposed land use plan and implementation plan due in mid-June and complete draft plan due in early July. The downtown plan implementation has a draft plan launching this week. There are proposed changes to the downtown zones, mixed-use zones, the general commercial zones, and the FBUN2. Changes include street activation, design standards, and regulations related to private open space and trees in those zones. The accessory dwelling unit modification will update zoning regulations related to ADUs and make them permitted use in all zoning districts. Update regulations to comply with changes to state law and update other regulations to simplify the construction. This was initiated by the Planning Commission, and public information should be available the week of May 16th. And likely we'll have a 2-month public input before Planning Commission hearing in late July or early August.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, Tim, you probably don't know the answer to this, but if anyone from planning is listening, I'm just wondering if the accessory dwelling unit modification is only the change from conditional to permitted use that the Planning Commission requested, or if it includes any of the discussions from our previous council meeting where we discussed some of the potential changes that would make it a little bit easier and better fit for our built fabric.
I don't know that, council member, but I'm happy to find out.
Hopefully someone from planning's listening.
Thank you. I'll make sure we follow through with that. And where do we leave? Oh, the affordable housing initiatives. The Planning Commission will hear some of the proposals to provide incentives to promote the construction of more affordable housing in the city. And after that feedback is received, a second hearing may be held to incorporate those public suggestions. Let's see. Next slide, please.
And that's on May 11th. That's tomorrow.
May 11th.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Chair, is that the item, we've had some questions about the title of that as opposed to the, some of the things that it does. Does it expand the types of housing in various parts of the city? Is that what that does in addition to providing incentives? Or those two separate things? Do you happen to know?
I think it provides, it increases, allows like row homes and townhomes
Okay.
in residential areas close to transit zones within a quarter mile of and the arterial roads. So there's a number of.
So some people refer to it as the affordable housing overlay?
I think the city used to refer to it as that, but now we've changed our name to incentives.
Incentives, okay. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarity. We call it affordable housing incentives. The Department of Sustainability has given me an update that the resident food equity advisors, the second meeting of the resident food equity advisors for 2022 cohort meets on May 19th, and they will be evaluating the food access survey that sustainability is working on with the Y2 Analytics. And this mailed survey will land in mailboxes in June across the city and seeks to understand the scope and the scale of food access issues across our city. The Community Renewable Energy Program plan for low-income assistance is now, after doing mailed surveys through the Y2 Analytics, and is now working in depth with the survey community-based organizations to gather feedback on electricity rates and electricity rate design and community outreach ideas for a community renewable energy program. And mailers will land in mailboxes the first part of May, if they haven't already gone out, for waste rate increases. Residents can go to the www.slcgreen.com/rates to learn more. And Sustainability presents its budget on May 24th. Rates are based on the size of one's garbage container. Recycling, compost, and call-to-haul services are included and not charged separately. Next slide. Thank you. The Love Your Block, our community grant application opened as of yesterday, Monday, May 9th. The Love Your Block initiative will support West Side communities in revitalizing portions of the Jordan River corridor into vibrant community spaces. Applications should focus on empowering housed and unhoused residents to contribute to their neighborhood identity and increase the cultural connection to the natural world and express their stories through landscapes, structures, and placemaking. The next slide, our Thriving in Place. This is the online and in-person Phase 1 survey is now closed, and the Thriving in Place team is reviewing the analytic and analyzing the over 2,000 responses received in connection with Phase 1 student workshops and second anti-displacement mural painting event will be held at the Dual Immersion Academy this Friday, May 13th from 1 to 5:30 p.m. That's at the 1155 Glendale Drive. There will be food, painting, and fun. So the public is invited to come and help paint, but please dress accordingly. And the informational project update to the Planning Commission is also tentatively scheduled for May 25th, 2022. And that's all I have if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next slide, please. The latest numbers are slightly up from the previous briefing with the council. Overall, about 98% capacity in the springtime. Next slide. There are no upcoming abatements due to scheduling with the health department. They've got other needs right now, so they won't be this week. The city will continue to do advantage services cleanings across the city as needed. And then there's a resource fair this Friday, at Fairmount Park, and then Kayak Court the following Friday on our monthly schedules. And as usual, the access number there. Next slide. The State Homelessness Mitigation Fund, which was changed this year during the legislative session, the State Utah Homelessness Council meets this Thursday. They will hear recommendations from the Office of Homeless Services based on the formula allocation of those funds. We anticipate about $2.75 million coming to Salt Lake City through that process, and we are currently in discussions within the city and with outside partners about implementation of those funds into police units dedicated to the resource center areas, and then also increased outreach through VOA and the HEART team internally. And we'll have more information for the council as we get closer in. It'll be a phased approach for these things. As you understand, the police department has hard hiring people and it takes a while to get those up. So there'll be a phased-in approach with overtime probably and some incremental moves you'll see in the coming months, and we can brief you more on that as we get closer.
Andrew, could you help me? Is the Utah Homelessness Council different from the Salt Lake Valley Coalition on Homelessness? It's a statewide thing?
Yeah, so the Utah Homelessness Council is by state statute that oversees the entire state, and so they're working through the state strategic plan. They generally take recommendations from Wayne Niederhauser's office, and then they approve it. The mayor sits on that body as well. And so they generally have to do the formal vote for allocation of funds. And you'll see that's in this fund and other funds as well, probably the state housing money, the $55 million. That body also has to vote on allocation of those funds as well.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, the Salt Lake Valley Coalition is the local homelessness council for this area.
I have a question on that meeting. One, can the public attend, or can we attend as council
Yeah, it's a
members?
public meeting. It's online as well.
Okay. And then two, is this where they are going to talk about or convene the different cities in the county about the September deadline for the winter plan?
No, this is, the State Homelessness Council looks at statewide funding, so that's what they'll be talking about at this meeting.
Okay.
Locally, the Conference of Mayors is meeting, and for that process, actually, thanks for bringing that up, Council Member. This Thursday is the internal deadline for the Conference of Mayors that they all agreed to submit proposals for all possible locations in their cities. Those will be reviewed next week by a subcommittee of that same group, and then discussed next month with Council of Mayors, a full Conference of Mayors, and then the Council of Governments later in the summertime. So we'll know more in the next week or two about what's being proposed by people.
Perfect. Thank you.
We can go next slide unless you have more questions on that. We have had discussions about having more metrics and data for you all to understand. So two things I want to give you a heads up on. One is this is a screenshot of an online dashboard that the state runs, and this is updated pretty frequently. What happens is all the homeless providers with public money have to put their data into the state HIMIS system, Homeless Management Information System. The state staff then will compile and run reports, and they'll update this web page, and you can see at the bottom there, and it's always there, always running. You can always look at it any time. And on the left-hand side, if you get into that page, you can set up your parameters for the date you want to look at. This is for the last year, I believe, April to April. And you'll see down the left-hand side, you can do subpopulations of like only emergency shelters or housing programs, single adults or families, all those kind of things. The second one is this data is updated pretty frequently because it can be changed month to month based on what they're seeing in all these programs. What I'm holding in my hand is a hard copy of the state homelessness report they do every year. And so this is something that is online as well for 2021. The new one will be out shortly, I think. And what it has in here are the larger number of metrics. So there have been questions from various people about like income and access to permanent housing and returns from permanent housing, those kind of things. That can all be found within this report. It's broken down by region, so you can see for about 10 pages, it'll go through Salt Lake County's metrics from last year and talk through the things that they're being evaluated on by HUD, and also that they're evaluating local homeless councils on, including ours, and providers. So those are two things that we can bring forward to you all more frequently, or make sure that you're aware of, that you can track and look at. And then we can also make queries of the state for individual data points if you'd be interested, and they can probably provide reports on a lot of things.
It would be It would be interesting to have a similar report, but for the funds that Salt Lake City provides to the service providers. So basically through CDBG or through ARPA in this case, or any other funding that we provide the service providers with to help, because that's a metric that I'm interested in knowing where our dollars are going and what's the impact, and do we need to increase, our funding for this type of services or not. But if it's possible, it would be nice to have more detailed budget for Salt Lake City only.
So I'm going to speak out of my realm of influence a little bit now, but so I think the city could track all of the expenditures on homeless-related things. We've done a good job. I think the city is tracking that to all the departments. Tracking it to the individual providers, we want to look through and see what they're combining with other funds, because generally we're paying for a portion of program funds. And so we could get the outcome measures for, say, a program that you partially funded. Would increasing the funding for that change all the outcomes or not? That's a discussion we could have, though. Yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. I see.
Sure.
I don't see anything, no other questions.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate for the update. And council, we're moving on to item number 4, which is the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 budget council staff overview. And at the desk, we're skipping over items 2 and 3 at this time. We're going to move to item 4 first. We have Jennifer, Bruno, we got Ben with us. We have Allison and Sylvia around the area if we need help. So Jennifer, it's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see if I have permission to share. There we go. All right. Well, first, I'll start by acknowledging how many names you read off is indicative of how many brains it takes to go through this information. So thanks to, obviously, the council staff that helped out with this, Ben and Allison, Sylvia, Lehua, Sam, but also all the administrative staff people that have taken the time to answer all of our questions, both ahead of time and in the coming weeks. There's going to be a lot, and they work really hard and are always so quick to answer our questions, so thank you to them for that. So the budget is probably one of the most powerful ways that the council can influence policy in the city, and it's a statutory role, so it's both required and important. And so through this process, what we try and help you guys see with the budget is various policy lenses on the budget. So opportunities to address previous policy goals that you have, new policy goals that are coming up in the city, recently especially furthering the commitment to social equity, the ability to address the needs and services that arise in the city because we know those change year to year, the impacts that decisions made this year could have on future years' budgets and future years' residents in the city, and any potential unintended consequences. Obviously, we can't think about all of them, but there often are policy trade-offs. And then how these decisions align with the role our government plays versus the role that other levels of government play, particularly in the state of Utah, since we're a little unique that way. I'm going to skip this because there's a lot of text on this slide, but you guys can read it later. Some of the high-level kind of policy takeaways from the budget. You'll see later on in the administration's presentation all of the sort of numerical calculations of the percentage change of sales tax and the percentage change of property tax and the whole budget and things like that. And so what this presentation is more focused on is the sort of policy takeaways from the budget, as well as how they relate to some of the areas that you guys have let us know that you're most interested in. So in general, the proposals in this budget address many of the long-standing needs that have been raised by city departments over the years, over the whole time I've worked here. And then it also significantly moves and progress on many of the council's priorities, both priorities identified this year in your retreat and priorities you've had for many years. And we'll go over some of those later in the presentation. The proposed budget does take a small step towards aligning ongoing sources of funds with ongoing needs, but we do want to flag for you that it does still use a significant amount of one-time revenue from both federal grants and the city's savings account. Now, there's good reasons to use that one-time money, and so it's not a judgment, it's just that that's the factual case. It does maintain the fund balance level for the city at 16.5%, which is very healthy and well above the recommended threshold of 13%, which has been sort of agreed to as the floor in recent years. In fiscal year 22, which was last year's budget, the city used close to $30 million in one-time money, and that really set the stage for the budget that we see today. We talked about that last year, but those were programs and employees that were seen as critical to addressing the city's response to the pandemic and meeting the increasing needs of the community. For more information on how the city spent the ARPA dollars last year, both in the annual budget and through the budget amendments, and how much is remaining, reference your handy infographic there. Thanks to Ben and Amanda for putting that together. So I think it really highlights sort of where decisions were made last year with grant money to fund ongoing programs that are still needed, even though the funds are going away. So just like we did last year, I think that we'll flag this year that the budget will not necessarily be balanced in years to come, that whenever you use one-time money for ongoing costs, it sets you up for future years. The pace of our sales tax growth has allowed us to rely on that revenue stream more heavily to pay for some of that growth in the budget. But I think we all know that sales tax is not infinite, and because of state law, the council cannot just vote to increase sales tax, unlike property tax. So we're sort of at the mercy of the economy, depending on what sales tax does. So the following slides are an attempt to highlight in a very, very basic, very quick way how some of the proposed budget changes align with the council's priorities and sort of where some of those needles may be moving. I want to have a big caveat here that this is not inclusive of everything the city is currently doing on each of those items. So this is any proposed changes in the budget. Once we get to the department briefings, I think we'll be able to highlight more obviously sort of what departments were doing last year that addressed sort of affordable housing, for example. So the way that we typically look at the city's budget is how it's changing from the previous year. And so that's why we've highlighted those changes in each of these areas. And I should just say, stop me anytime you have questions. This is not like a wait till the end kind of deal. So on the first topic of equity and diversified response models, I'll say these are also not in order of importance. So one thing that was really stunning to me this year was how many departments had items in it that addressed these things. You know, typically it would be sort of like one department has taken the lead in, you know, X or Y policy. And so that's why, even though it's a lot of information on this page, I think it is important to see just how many departments are taking a look at either diversified response models or the concept of equity and broadening our reach. So, for example, the mayor's office is adding a stipend for boards and commissions. That's something that council members had talked about previously to broaden access to who has the ability to serve on a board. In community and neighborhoods, a lot of the positions that were funded with ARPA that were key towards serving the lower income communities through our Youth City program are shifted to the general fund so that they continue into the future because people recognize what a need there was for that. In fire, they're expanding the chat team, the community health access team, as well as the medical response team, the MRT team. There's a lot of alphabets going on here. And that also helps with expanding sort of diversifying the response model. In police, they're adding a civilian response team. That's probably the biggest change in the police budget and is a direct response to both recommendations made by the city's Commission on Racial Equity and Policing, as well as the council's audit that we hired from Matrix Consultants. It doesn't necessarily implement it exactly as Matrix recommended, but I think it's a good placeholder and start. In public lands, they're adding a recreation program coordinator for the Fisher Mansion Carriage House, which the council approved in CIP to upgrade. And then in 911, they're rethinking the 32 work week model to try and hire up to full staffing. So you'll actually see that they're reducing FTEs, but increasing pay quite a bit based on feedback from their employees. And one of the main questions we have about all of these different diversified response models is, does dispatch have the capacity to be that touch point, that funnel point for all of these different groups within the city? And then in non-departmental, some of the ARPA dollars that were used last year to fund a citywide apprenticeship program is being converted to general fund dollars. And you'll see in HR, they're actually adding a recruiter for that program to continue it going beyond when the ARPA dollars are available. Without reading all of those, the next page is a sort of reference page for all of the different diversified response teams in the different departments. So, and this is also an attempt so that I can keep the alphabet soup straight in my mind. So anyway, Did you have questions on that?
I don't, I have a comment, but I'll let you finish that slide.
Oh,
and
nope,
then
I was
I'll
just,
comment.
go ahead.
That's okay. So I really want to point all of this out. Jen and I talked about this the other day, that we've done exactly, the departments have done exactly what we've asked them to do, which is amazing, and have all of these diversified response models, which when we looked at the police budget and said, here's the audit, and so I mean, I love this. This makes me happy to see this. One of the things I would hope for, and just like kind of a future discussion, is making sure maybe next year that we come back with actuals, so that we're putting we're making sure that these awesome ideas that the administration, the departments have come up with are serving the needs, and we're not sort of overlapping in ways that we don't need to overlap, or if something's not working quite as well, or so maybe some reporting ideas with that, so that we can just evaluate all of these great ideas and make sure they're working, and what we need to fund or maybe move around a little bit more. But I mean, I love seeing this, because it really is what we heard from the public, and want to thank the administration and the departments for really taking it seriously and coming up with these ideas, and just want to make sure that we keep them going in the most effective way possible in the future.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, the police department has just recently hired a person to do data analysis. It's a new role and a brand new skill set coming in. That person will begin late this month, and they'll be working in concert with Nick Krieger on the IMS team, who is a data guru. So we would love to work with you all on creating the metrics as these new roles start to get filled. And I think that sounds fantastic. We want to have that kind of transparency as well.
And with that position, if I may just ask a quick follow-up question, with that position, would they also be working with like the fire department to collect data from CHAT and MRT, and maybe the CAN department to collect data from HART, and the public land to collect data from, I know that's a lot of data for one position, but the idea, or have those departments collected so that we can see, our park rangers were getting 77% of the calls and handling all of those great, and this other team maybe only got 15%. So do we need to move an FTE from one place to another, or something along those lines?
That's exactly the kind of cross-departmental view that we want to see with these new positions from park rangers through this budget, but not for that specific position. That is Nick Krieger's sort of universal IMS umbrella, but this specific role will just be for PD, for the police department.
Okay.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Thanks for giving me a second.
Thanks, Mayor.
Any other questions on this before I move on to the next policy area? Okay. The title of this is a portion of homelessness expenditures, because I think this was really when we realized that there is so much that the city is currently doing in all of these policy areas that are not reflected in this quick list of things that are being added or changed. So this attempts to talk about what is being added to the proposed budget that relates to either homeless expenditures or maintenance of public spaces. I also wanted to note that it does not include any of the projects in the sales tax or GO bond, and quite a few of those I think would also fall in this category of maintenance of public spaces. So the community neighborhoods is now where the Community Connection Center lease is going to live. The administration is also proposing to continue on an ongoing basis funding for the expanded Street Ambassadors Program. And I've put it on this chart as Street Ambassadors Program. I think throughout the budget book it's referenced as the Downtown Ambassadors Program, but I do think that there's probably a conversation that it's more than downtown now. So I think it's serving the Ballpark, the Rio Grande, and North Temple areas. And this funding is something that I think that our staff noted from the beginning of the program, that the Downtown Alliance was really hopeful that they'd be able to fundraise each year for the need. And I think that the city realized that it really was an enhancement to our public safety needs in the different areas, and it provided a different kind of service. And so, considering that a valuable use of taxpayer dollars, and rather than having the Downtown Alliance have to scramble and wonder if the program was going to continue every couple months, just providing at least this on an ongoing basis. What this is it's a matching fund for the Downtown Alliance. I think the Downtown Alliance does have a budget line item for this that's about that same amount. So, are there questions on that? Look like maybe? No?
No, that's
Okay.
wonderful, thanks.
Then in public lands, you'll see the continuation of the park ranger program that you added in budget amendment number 4, as well as expanding it to 2 more FTEs and adding some program expenses to that program. This might be a good place to pause and talk about the FTEs that were added mid-year. There is the top headline, we've added 110 FTEs in this budget, but that's comparing what was adopted last year to what is proposed this year. That's 110 employee difference. But you could also look at it as if it's less than that, because quite a few of those decisions were made mid-year. And this is a good example of one of them. And FTEs that were added mid-year that are technically included in that 110 calculation. There are also quite a few FTEs that are being transferred from ARPA funding to general fund funding. And those are also kind of, FTEs that are essentially spoken for, right?
And just for the public, ARPA was one-time funding.
Yes.
The general funding is ongoing funding.
That's right. Yes, ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, and those dollars expire next year, essentially. So this is the administration migrating some of those expenses that they know are going to be ongoing to the general fund, which is an ongoing funding source. So that gets back to that comment in the beginning of, this budget is a step towards aligning ongoing needs with ongoing revenues. Another unique thing in this budget is expanding Funding Our Future to enhance parks maintenance, existing parks maintenance. I think that there is a tie that the mayor communicated to the general obligation bond that's being proposed, because so many of those are adding to our parks inventory. But I think that this need has been there for many years in our existing parks, and especially with the usage of parks dramatically increasing during the pandemic. And so while I think the framing of it could be tied to the GEO bond, I do think that we've all seen the need there for even existing parks. So that's good to know. And then I bolded it because this is like a watershed moment in my personal budget analyst life, that CIP is at 9%, which we've never hit, and I feel like, someone needs a celebration or something on that. And CIP, you'll see all the, I haven't gone into the CIP projects themselves. Obviously, that is your guys' purview. You can shift funding from one project to another, but that's where all kinds of funds for parks, improving streets, that kind of thing are located. So funding that at a high level directly impacts your parks and your infrastructure and your facilities, that kind of thing.
Jennifer, just back on and maybe you hit it already and I missed it. This maintenance, $2 million, will that cover our maintenance on an annual basis, or will that get us up to where we need to be and fund all our deferred maintenance that we've been deferring?
I don't believe it will address the deferred maintenance, but it definitely helps with it. Because it's part of Funding Our Future, it would be ongoing as long as that sales tax amount, stayed high enough. I think that's what I worry about with all the categories of Funding Our Future, is that sales tax is volatile and if things turn around, but the increase has been double digits for the last year. And so I think adding a category, taking advantage of that growth and Funding Our Future is probably helpful.
And maybe we can just ask, just for information about how much maintenance is deferred right now, and how do we get back up to level playing field, I guess.
I don't know if Lisa knows that number off the top of her head, or if anyone else, but we'll find it out.
Yeah, it's just future question.
It's big.
If I could just add that both the deferred maintenance on our city facilities, the parks, the buildings, all of that, and the deferred maintenance on roads is any funding that we put into it this year is woefully inadequate, and that's better than we usually have done. So it's not a quantitative term, but.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
can I comment on this? Nope, it's there. So this year, I think the proposal is to put 2 million into that sort of fifth added bucket. How many buckets do we have in Funding Our Future right now? 4, so now 5?
Yeah.
When we first, because I don't remember, but I was on the council, but take me back. When we first did Funding Our Future and came up with these buckets, did we have any sort of policy discussion about percentages of the sales tax and how much goes into each bucket? Or did we just leave that sort of fluid up to how it looks in the next proposed budget and how our sales tax revenue looks?
I think there was some initial thought that might be desirable, but the council, at least at that first time, thought that it would limit your flexibility as policymakers to recognize when one need is changing and another need is growing and another need is decreasing and that kind of thing. And so there is nothing in policy separating how much goes into each bucket. I think the only exception to that is the allocation to CIP from Funding Our Future. I think that's set at 7%, 7 or 9? Okay. And the allocation to fund balance, because we know that fund balance needs 10%, CIP needs 7%, and so that's just kind of off the top added. But over the years, funding among those categories has shifted.
And I knew that it had shifted, and I vaguely remember having that discussion. It makes sense that we sort of said, never mind, let's be flexible and maintain that flexibility. So thank you for reminding me how that went.
I think the commitment and the touchstone that I think our staff keeps going to is the city being transparent with those changes. And I think the budget book does a good job of, you'll notice in the key changes line item that there's a separate column for Funding Our Future so that you can see exactly which things are funded with Funding Our Future and which aren't.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So we went through the tree funding, $150,000. I mentioned this before, and I want to know if the administration has a plan about keeping the trees alive. I mean, I can give you a dozen examples in District 2, 400 North, between 8th and 9th. Every single one of those trees are dead. And planting trees for just planting trees. I mean, I love the idea. I mean, I planted 12 trees in my yard, you know, so I think I have 3 or 4 more to go. But I believe in planting trees, but the reality is that there's a lot of people struggling with surviving, and you know, understanding that those trees need a lot of water for the first 2 or 3 years, and maybe there is some creative solutions to this. I just want to make sure that we are thinking about this holistically, not just, you know, killing trees willy-nilly. So I would love to support, you know, more trees, more funding for trees for the west side, but I also would like to ask the administration for something else on this.
We can follow up with the Public Lands Department, and when you guys get that Public Lands Department briefing, ask them to address what the plan is for that. Because I know that some of the departments do include increased water bill line items, because as water rates go up, the departments have to pay it too. So, all right, we'll make a note of that. Any other questions on this line item? One thing that this does not include that I forgot to put on the chart itself is the $2.7 million in state mitigation funding that is coming to the city from HB 440. I think the administration is working on a plan for how to deploy that money, but it's not, that plan is not necessarily referenced in this budget. It'll probably come to you guys in a budget amendment in the future, but we understand that it involves some increased public safety teams, specific teams to the homeless resource centers, as well as some additional funding for outreach. I think even when the HB 440 conversations were going on, we acknowledged that $2.7 million was not enough to fund all the things we needed. So I guess I throw that out there as a placeholder, as a likely need for the general fund. So the general fund will likely need to fill gaps in whatever plan is announced as part of that funding.
Thank you.
The next category, transit and transportation. There are quite a few sales tax bond projects that relate to transportation, and then CIP is always a place where those projects live. So definitely take a look at those charts if you're interested in more like specific projects. But in community and neighborhoods, they are adding 2 transportation planners, I think, to reflect the growing number of projects that are going through that department. And then 3 transportation planners that were funded with the county transportation tax are being transferred to the general fund. The revenue is also being transferred to the general fund, so it's what we call a revenue offset. So even though expenses are being added to the general fund, that revenue is being added too. Really quick note on that county transportation tax. That was a very unique, also generational kind of opportunity that the state legislature authorized the county to increase their sales tax, their portion of sales tax, to pass through for transportation specific projects, and that brings almost $9 million to the budget this year. So, and that goes to CIP to be deployed that way.
And do you think that's going to be ongoing also? Is that like?
It's ongoing as long as the state doesn't take it away, and it doesn't sunset as far as I know. It doesn't sunset? Okay, that's great. So yes, so we just hope that the state lets us keep it.
Okay.
And I think that the way we do that is to spend it in alignment with their initial intent for that, which was to invest in infrastructure around the state. I think that there was a huge push understanding that we're not the only city struggling to keep up with aging infrastructure. So to the extent that we do that, I think we'll be fine.
And there's no, well, like, you can only use it for XYZ, is it broad brush transportation?
There is a limitation on what it can be used for. I'll have to pull the statute citation, but it's transportation. So I think, if you're talking anything between curbs, you're probably in decent shape. The farther, more creative you get with it, the probably more,
It's very similar to Class C, the gas tax funding. It's a little more flexible, so it can include things like trails and active transportation. We do have a review from WFRC and the Attorney's Office about what's allowed and not allowed as part of CIP.
Cool. This is another unique thing that the city did when it enacted the Funding Our Future sales tax revenue, which was provide and and contract with UTA to provide specific enhanced bus service. It's service that UTA wouldn't otherwise offer, or at least they told us they wouldn't otherwise offer because it was too expensive for them to run based on the ridership. But it was important to the council at the time to serve neighborhoods that really needed to be connected to the larger UTA transit network. And so that's both the service for key routes and then an increase in the on-demand ride service. I think that everyone acknowledged that either because of mobility reasons or because you live just outside that frequent transit network, sometimes you need a sort of on-demand help to get access to the main transit network. So that's for that.
So back to the service, is that the FTNs, the service for key routes? Is that the FTN system?
Yes.
The frequent
transit network.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. With this, I'm just going to throw this out there here, so maybe transportation will be prepared when their briefing is up. But I would really love, I just had this conversation when we were in St. George, for us to figure out a way to maybe work with some of our surrounding cities, like South Salt Lake, Mill Creek, even North Salt Lake, to offer the Hive Pass to people that live in those areas but work in Salt Lake City. Because since they're right outside of the boundaries, they're not able to take advantage of the Hive Pass. And crazy idea, throwing it out there. Transportation can come tell me to be quiet if they want. That's fine. But I just think that maybe there's a way to work with UTA, and since we do have a really good relationship now with UTA, to have some creative thought there so that we're also supporting SLC employees.
Great. make a note of that. And one thing I didn't touch on was that the budget also includes Hive passes for school children in Salt Lake City school districts. For those of you that don't know, the city also funds Hive passes for every Salt Lake City resident. So that's already in the budget. Any other questions on that?
Currently, are the Hive passes for residents at a discount rate, or are they free? Discount.
Discount.
And
Thank
for
you, Mary Beth.
children in schools, would it be discount or free? Free. Okay, so that's a major new service for children.
Yeah, so this Hive pass is for school children, is free pass for K through 12, I guess?
Sounds like it. Okay, any other, okay. The topic that came up in the retreat on this was land use and development. I think ancillary to that topic that came up in the retreat was also investment in affordable housing, and so I've kind of mushed them together, even though they probably could stand on their own. So this is both land use and development and affordable housing. The Community and Neighborhoods is adding a Northwest Quadrant liaison. That's actually part of the latest inland port legislation, that we have a point of contact in the city for development in the Northwest Quadrant. Community Neighborhoods is also proposing a historic preservation survey, and my understanding is that that's a citywide kind of survey, but we can get more information on that for those that are interested. In the redevelopment agency, that's where the majority of the housing development is located, and that's consistent with sort of recent years where the focus for RDA to do housing building as opposed to housing programs, which are funded in hand. And so you can see those line items there. It is adding $500,000 to the West Side Community Initiative, and that's from that pass-through from the inland port. It could be significantly more than that. $500,000 is a conservative estimate. That account also has, based on the council's budget amendment action, $4 million as seed funds from ARPA. And so the total amount in that budget, so to speak, is larger. We'll get more information on that in the RDA budget discussions next week.
Now, is that additional funding going to be coming through the inland port tax increment? Is that?
That's what is directed to that line item. So that's the 10% off the top for housing that comes from inland port jurisdictional increment to the RDA, the city RDA for housing.
It's going to the west side, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Just because we're looking at that $4 million from ARPA, I guess maybe this is a more broad question about ARPA funding, but at some point, actually, it might be in here, but I know that there's a deadline to spend the ARPA funds. At what point could we get like an update as to which funds have been spent and which ones we're still waiting on, and if we need to like maybe move things around a little bit? Because I just look at the West Side Community Initiative, and that's something that might take a little while for us to figure out and get it right, and I want to get that right. And I don't want to be under a clock to figure out that program since it's an entirely new program. So would there be a need for us to replace that $4 million with fund balance and use the $4 million from ARPA for another ARPA eligible thing? And are there other ARPA funds that maybe we need to consider that?
So if you look, so the infographic has some of it. A chart on page 16 of the overview staff report, sorry, the one that is in your packets, I don't have it printed out, talks about from the first year we got ARPA dollars to next year when we project to need ARPA dollars for revenue replacement, and kind of walks through what those dollars are spent. It's a good question about the West Side Community Initiative. There are probably some things that could be quicker to figure out, like purchasing land for eventual community land trust. But we can get with the administration just to make sure that that's not a danger. We have to have it, is it pledged or encumbered? I'm not sure about the terminology, like spoken for by December 2024, but not necessarily all the dollars out the door. You know what I mean?
That was going to be my question. So it just has to be encumbered, not spent by 2024.
There's probably like nuance to what does encumbered mean.
Yeah, I think the term the federal government uses is it needs to be obligated by the end of calendar year 2024, but then there's another 2 years to actually have it spent and gone from the city's accounts.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm confused about that, but I would love more clarification, because here it says spent by
So
December
some
2024.
ARPA dollars have been spent.
Right.
Yeah.
But deadline to spend one-time ARPA funds, December 2024.
Oh, deadline to spend. So we can clarify that.
Okay.
I think our local translation would be they need to be budgeted by the end of calendar year 2024, and then there's another 2 years for them to actually be spent and leave the account. But I defer to Mary Beth on that because she's read a lot more treasury guidance.
Like, no.
And to that, I think, I don't know, inflation and...
Get our financial thesaurus out.
I mean, the more that we wait also potentially could minimize the impact of these monies. So like, you know, per this graph, there is $26.3 million remaining to be allocated. And what is the administration waiting for this, or what are we waiting for it?
We don't actually have all the money, so you don't get all 87 million in one shot. And so the administration's had to plan based on receiving, you know, different tranches of money when it can be budgeted and then what it's needed for. So like, especially with the revenue replacement, that needs to last us a couple years. Otherwise, it would have been a really ugly balancing this year or next year or
They put a deadline on all the money, but they're giving us the money in little chunks, or little chunks. But okay, interesting.
Yeah, they're giving us the money in 2 chunks. We should receive it any day, right? So the last one we got was in May, end of May, I think, probably. So probably the end of May, we're hoping that we'll get the other large chunk of this money, what we call chunk, or dollar amount, about $42 million. I would say obligated is encumbered or under contract. I wouldn't say budgeted, because that doesn't mean, that doesn't feel obligated to me. So I would say it has to be under a contract by December of 2024.
So I think that's a good, this is a good kind of caution though, and I think that we can work with the administration to figure out where those dollars need, you know, may not, where some dollars may be less appropriate to be parked in those places than other dollars. And so I think we can just keep talking about that in the coming weeks.
And so part of this is that this is one-time funding. A lot of times if we use it for more than one-time usage, then we have to figure out how to budget it or fund it later on. But also your point of like, hey, we need to spend it as soon as possible. Yeah, but then yet it's part of that chicken and egg, you know, like, hey, we need staff to do that. We need projects to do that. And sometimes that's the long-term process. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get, that makes sense. And you know, to me is the question of inflation and all of this too, because the more that we wait too, it minimizes the impact of this money. But thank you.
Yeah. The next item.
Can I just go back? Sorry, back to the West Side Community Initiative. So that's 500,000 coming from general fund.
So
or is that a pass through?
In this case, it's actually coming from the Inland Port Authority tax increment.
Okay.
Directly to the RDA.
Okay, so that's
it's almost like this chart blends general fund dollars and RDA dollars because.
Okay, that's where I was getting. I was like, wait a second, why is general fund paying for this? This should be coming from.
Yeah, so it's coming directly from. This is a unique kind of tax increment because it goes directly to the RDA. All of our other tax increment that we give to the RDA goes through the general fund, which is a whole nother. The state law changed a couple years ago that required us to do that, which is a whole other conversation. The other thing on this chart, it's not technically in the budget, but the administration's transmitted a proposal to the council to repurpose some dormant funds that were originally from Housing and Urban Development through CDBG and Home. And so the total is about $12 million. It's a little bit more of a complicated process to repurpose these funds because of the federal regulations, and so it's not necessarily as clean as just having it as a line item in your budget, getting the money out the door. But the administration has transmitted a separate proposal that they'll talk to you guys more about in the coming days and weeks.
Mr. Chair, Jennifer, and I know we just talked about this in a small group in our meeting earlier today, but and I know that not all of the funds are in this actual budget officially, but we're talking about them. And the number I remember was $21 million for housing. So there's 12 here, 2.5 in the affordable housing development, 1.6 in the primary housing fund. Do you know what makes up the rest of the
There's
million?
a current sitting account in RDA. The Housing Development Fund has $4.2 million in it.
Okay.
So it doesn't need, this is just the changes.
It's already been budgeted.
This is just the
Okay.
changes to the budget. So this chart would not necessarily add up to the 21 million, but we can work with the administration to clarify where that number.
Thank you. That adds up to about
Mr.
that number.
Chair, sorry, Darren, I missed a little bit of that. Were you talking about the 21 million that was mentioned earlier in the budget speech?
In like the
about
mayor's
the
budget
affordable housing?
speech.
I think it's also important to note, Jen and I have talked about this, is that part of that 21 million is HUD money that isn't in the budget either, right? That's like 12 million something dollars or around there that is separate from the budget. And we're mushing it all together and saying, in the end, this is hopefully how much we will have for affordable housing, which is a total of 21 million, but they all kind of sit in different pots, and the HUD money has HUD regulations as well. And so it's not just like, yay, we have 21 million to just be there. I mean, we do, just in different pots.
Different pots, that's a good way to put it.
Right? Did I say that right, everyone? Yeah. Looking at the experts in the room.
And we're working with the administration to figure out how to schedule the timing of those conversations with our budget agendas being so tight, because there are a couple of steps with that. Why is this not advancing? Okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to point this out too, because you and I talked about it, Jen, is that like the other thing, and you have these asterisks at the bottom that say this doesn't include the GO bond, the CIP, or the sales tax bond. And so we were talking about this in one of our small group meetings of just, they all relate to each other, but they're all very different, again, different pots. Yeah. And so we kind of have to talk about them, but then we kind of talk about these projects as they relate to a GO bond that hasn't been voted on yet, or as it relates to a sales tax bond that hasn't been presented yet, but we kind of have to talk about them. So
yeah,
Jen and I were, because it's confusing to me, and I was like, can we talk about how we have to, they all relate, but they're all different?
And I guess the way that I think about it is that, and we're grateful to the administration that they got us all the information in these separate proposals along with the budget, because while they're not technically in the budget, they definitely relate to the decisions you're making in the budget. And so it's helpful to understand the context as you're making those decisions, that there's also this sales tax bond on the horizon, or if you know that you want to add projects to the sales tax bond, you know that you need to add money to CIP for debt service, or things like that. So yeah, it is confusing. I think that it's potentially less confusing than it would be had we gotten that information separate from the budget, right? And so, yeah.
Could I just add? Just, so if you, the way, as you guys are talking, I'm visualizing it is that you have your whole budget policy up at the top, which is you doing your oversight and your budget appropriations and your evaluation and balancing and weighing community needs. And then under that, as building blocks, you have your the different tools, whether that's a bond, a GO bond that the public would vote on, or a sales tax bond that you would vote on, and then various resources coming in. And your job is to wrangle all of that and to put it into what you would consider as the policy priorities. So that's just how I was visualizing as you were all talking.
Wrangling, that's a good way to put it. Okay, so that's that slide. Is there any other questions on that? The next topic that we took away from the retreat was the general concept of business support, and it had kind of all different angles to it, and so I've included some of those in here. In community neighborhoods, they're adding 2 building inspectors, which will hopefully help with the sort of backlog of permitting and things. Also a civil enforcement officer. Feedback we've been receiving from people is that there are code violations that they can't get response on, so hopefully that will help. Economic Development is proposing to continue the construction mitigation funding. I think they found that it was helpful to assist businesses that are adjacent to some city construction projects, and this is different than sometimes the budget for those projects is administered by engineering. I think that Economic Development has found it helpful that they are enabled to have, because they have direct relationships with those businesses, it's been helpful for them to have access to that funding. Then in finance, they're adding a grants manager. They added a grants manager in Budget Amendment 6, a deputy director for purchasing, and a good landlord position. In public services, they're adding engineering manager, traffic sign and marking maintenance expansion, that's 2 FTEs, traffic signal maintenance expansion, and then a business districts operation manager. Some of these titles I think we'll be getting more information on as we work with the departments on the more detailed department level briefings about what exactly those positions are envisioned to do. I've just thrown them here based on the titles, so just putting that out there. And then in non-departmental, adding the BioHive branding and marketing and additional funding for the Arts Council. Okay, then this is just sharing a summary chart of the changes in FTEs, but I guess I'll skip past it because we're working on a chart to separate out which positions were funded in budget amendments, which positions were funded in ARPA, and which positions are truly new FTEs, because I think that will help you guys see the progression. So, but this is just a summary. This chart also appears in the overview staff report, so if you don't have to squint, but it's a list of all the projects that are in the sales tax bond that's been proposed and all the projects that are in the proposed GO bond. The sales tax bond is fully within the council's purview. All you have to think about is how you pay for the debt service. So, you know, there is an upper limit there that's just practically at the upper limit of how much you can afford to pay. But you could add or subtract or change any of these projects. The GO bond, the role that the council has is that you guys will decide by August what if anything, to put on the ballot. So you don't necessarily need to put this exact grouping of projects or framed in this way. It can be more general, it can be more specific. But this is the proposal that the administration has forwarded to you to put to the voters this fall.
So the GO bond's not in the budget. We decide in August, and we can basically take this $80 million. Well, we can discuss how we want to allocate this $80 million, and that would go in front of the voters in the November ballot.
Right. And the $80 million is also, I think, a little bit of a placeholder. I think that the administration used polling to inform sort of what the threshold of people's comfort level was with the dollar amount, but that is also the council's purview, is the amount, the dollar amount.
Right, and this does not impact our FY23 property tax.
Right. So GO bonds are only appear on your property taxes when the city actually issues the bond. So let's say they vote on it in November of 2023 and it passes, and we don't issue it until July of 2024. Technically, that would not be on your budget until 2024. It would go on your 2024 taxes for fiscal year 2025.
And is this handed out like the street maintenance bond of 50, that in tranches of 4 groups of $20,000, and so you.
Based on our conversations with the administration, I think that there's a plan to separate it into 2 issuances. There's a good practical reason for that too, which is that it's easy. You know, it's hard to get $80 million worth of projects out the door in 5 to 6 years. Right. So, and then it also reduces the burden on the property taxes, right, or reduces the increase. Right. On property taxes.
Okay, and since we don't have to worry about this until August, we have time to think a little bit more on this one.
You do. I wouldn't say you don't have to think about it until August. Well, I would encourage you to think about it all the way until August.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. We need to think about it, but it's not something that we need to dig deep into the rabbit hole on in this budget session at this point.
I think unless you see projects in there that you know that essentially you want to pull out and fund a different way, okay, or vice versa. If there's a project in the sales tax bond that you think fits better in the GO bond, or you know, we can I think that that's both an administrative and council conversation, but that's kind of the flexibility you have.
Yeah, because I do have a couple of questions about things in the geo bond, but I'll delay that questions now.
Okay.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question on the geo bond as well? Just so I'm understanding it correctly, assuming we agree to put this on the ballot, the voters approve it, and we issue a $80 million geo bond for public lands improvements, how many years does residents see that increase on their, like, what's the payoff term?
It's the life of the bond, which is usually 20 years, but is it 25, 20? So
Years, okay.
we work with bond counsel. There have been bonds that we've issued that are 25 years. It is best practice to do 20 years. So that's when they would see the decrease, essentially, unless the city voted to fill it with some other project.
Similar to what happened with, yeah.
Right.
Great, thanks.
Other questions? Okay, then I guess I'll defer to the chair. I have a few slides here on truth in taxation and property tax stabilization. I feel like this is the shift from, we've been talking about policy, this feels very in the weeds numbers, but it also feels like information you guys should know, but we can hold off on these for another day if you want to.
I think actually having the tutorial would be pretty good. Even though I've listened to this a few times, I think I could always use another one.
Okay. I don't know if your peers, okay, all right, sorry guys, I tried. So Utah.
Amy's heard this a few more times than the rest of us.
I know,
so
sorry,
she's already
Amy.
well versed in it, but there's a few that are not quite as fast.
So I think the number one thing to remember is Utah is different. Every state handles property tax differently, I'll just say that. The way Utah handles it is this concept called truth in taxation, and the underlying principle of truth in taxation is that it holds the dollars received by each taxing entity constant, no matter what property values do. So if property values go up, the rate is automatically adjusted down so that the city gets the same amount of money. If property values go down, the rate is automatically adjusted up. And it's not something that we calculate, it is like an automatic, it's like the, great and powerful Oz spits out the rate. We don't get to adjust it. The only thing we do with the rate is if the city decides that it needs more money, that it needs more dollars than we would otherwise get from that certified rate, then we can vote, you guys can vote to increase the rate, and then that brings in more money.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, so for those listening,
Yeah.
who decides on this rate that we don't, like we have no control over?
So you have control over the budget. So you set the budget, you say to the tax commission, the city needs $80 million from our property taxes to operate. We had $80 million last year, we need $80 million next year. And then the tax commission sets the rate based on next year's projected, it's actually the current year's valuation of all the properties in the city. So it takes all the properties in the city and spits out a rate. It divides the money you need by the total value of the city, and it spits out a 6-digit decimal point rate.
Okay.
To generate that amount from the total value in the city. So it's an automatic process that the state tax commission does. The thing you have control over is what number you tell them. So you could tell them less if you wanted to. Most people don't because they need the money to, continue. But state law, if you say, I need $81 million, and last year I only needed 80, it automatically kicks you into the truth in taxation hearing. And then there's an advertisement and a public hearing in August, and that's what the tax commission governs.
Okay, so the tax commission.
So the general, and this is what is confusing for a lot of people, is because people see their property
Their bills
values go
increase.
up,
Yeah.
and they think that we're going to tax them on a percentage.
Right, and that's
But
not how it works here.
The percentage is after the fact calculated based on what we told we need money. What is our budget, right? And that's calculated after the fact to make sure that we get that specific amount of money, no more nor less. Right.
So when people see their property taxes go up, it's not because their values went up.
Right.
it's because a geo bond came online, or it's because the county voted to increase property taxes. I used to save my property tax bills because it was fun, and I would show, there were years where where my property tax bill went down because my value went up. And if the value in the city is going up, the city gets the same amount of money. And so if there's more value in the city, in theory, everyone's rates should go down. That said, all the different governmental entities need to keep pace with the cost of doing business, and do. And so that's why it goes up. Sorry, go ahead.
So, and I know, obviously, residents see a number on their property tax bill, and that's influenced by many taxing entities, of which we are just one. Well, anyway. But let's say I live in the Ballpark neighborhood and have a house, and my property tax value increases at a certain rate, but the increase in my property tax value is maybe faster in my neighborhood than it might be in a different neighborhood in the city. In that case, would my bill go up more than someone across the city whose value, well, maybe there's an extreme example where one neighborhood's property tax values go down and another's go up. Because of the increase in value, your tax bill would actually go up, because relative to the rest of the properties in the city, your value raised.
So that is how we used to see that. I haven't confirmed that in recent years. And so I'm hesitant to just say, like, yeah, that's how it is still. We flagged that for the county at one point, thinking, like, this is odd. We're advertising one rate, but we're actually applying it differently in different neighborhoods. And so, I think that that's worth looking into again this year. And we can pull actuals. I mean, anyone can pull anyone's, I don't know if we knew that, anyone can pull anyone's property tax bill for any city, any property in the city. It's on the county's website.
And just, I guess maybe you're going to get there. We are one of 9 or so taxing entities out on your property tax.
And on page, because someone brought this up recently, page 20 of the overview staff report, there's a pie chart showing Salt Lake City is 29% of the property tax bill, which is actually puts us now just barely ahead of the school district. A couple years ago, we were just below the school district in terms of portion of the property tax bill. So of your total property tax bill, only 29% goes to Salt Lake City.
I'm looking at my own tax bill right now, which is very easy accessible on the assessor's website.
Yes.
For those that want to, it's slco.org/assessor. But there's 13 agencies that are taxing, and it gives you the information if not changes and what is the change per line, so you can go into the hearings.
Yep. So. And this is why we have to work with the county to set our truth in taxation hearing, because by law, we're not allowed to have it on the same night as any other taxing entity that's increasing their taxes. So like if the school district is increasing their taxes, we have to have it on a different night than the school district, so that a taxpayer could show up at both and let you guys know.
Mr. Chair, I think this is an incredibly confusing concept for us, let alone for people. And like everybody in the world. The mayor's proposed budget calls for this is, I think, why it's confusing, is the language that we use.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking towards the experts to help us have a discussion with the correct language so that we can help educate the people that we represent. The mayor's proposed budget, if you look at it, and the overview says a 4.9% property tax increase. That's confusing because people are going to say, my rate is going to go up by 4.9%, right? And so...
Which is not the case.
Right, and that, I think, is what is the confusing part, and I don't know how to explain that, because I would have to call an expert and have you testify on how to explain what the hell all of this means, right?
So the percentage increases are calculated based on amount of dollars, and so 4.9% means it's 4.9% more dollars than our property tax budget from the previous year. 4.9% is the amount of money. Like if you calculate 4.9% over the previous year's budget, not the rate, the budget, that's what will be going forward into the next year. And this chart is essentially the mayor's budget proposal. So there's a couple of components to why the budget is increasing. There's real property new growth, which is new buildings in the city. There's property tax stabilization, which I think we've talked about with some of you, of taking our actual revenue that was received above the budget from the previous year and making sure that that goes forward into the next fiscal year. Based on a growing economy, based on businesses investing in equipment and personal property. And that's the most confusing one. I still have not figured out how to explain that one as well, because there are different scenarios that would happen if the economy keeps growing or if the economy stops growing. Then there's the general tax increase, and that's the 4.9%. Then there's the legal fund tax increase, and that's separate from the general obligation or the general tax increase. And so each of those are separate and distinct dollar amounts that we spit into the rate machine and we take the total dollar amount that equals, put it into the rate machine, and then the rate machine spits out the rate. So the rate could be anything, depending on how our valuation goes year to year.
Okay.
But what's not anything is the dollar amount. So the dollar amount is what I prefer talking about, not the rate. But I think the general public is used to saying property tax rate. I don't know why, it's like a cultural thing. But, so it's shifting the narrative from rate to amount.
So if I'm looking at this proposed budget and I say, we have $100 right now, and I need $104.90. So therefore, I say it's an increase of a 4.9%, but it's just keeping that baseline at $104.90.
Yes.
And then we give that number to the county, and the county says, well, we're looking at all of your properties and the valuations, and we put it into the magic Wizard of Oz machine, and it spits out the rate that then applies to a person's bill.
Yeah.
Well, that is easy to
Yeah.
explain.
We don't
We'll
need
just
help.
video
This
clip
is it.
that.
This is the explanation, right?
Can we
Video clip that.
YouTube that, please?
Yeah, exactly. I
The
love it.
Wizard of Oz machine is the interesting part here, and it's very hard for us to explain because obviously it's not as clear cut as for the public in Utah in general, and that's
So
something that the taxpayers need to know. That it's not as clear as we wish it was.
I can pull up the tax commission website if you want to go through that. That is like way in some weeds.
We don't need to go that far.
But it is fascinating. And it's, I joke about the Wizard of Oz machine. It's actually not. It's actually a bunch of really, really, really long numbers that have to do with backing out reappraisals because we can't get new growth because your house increases in value from $400,000 to $500,000. And so it backs all of that out. It backs out the RDAs. It backs out the centrally assessed property, which are things like Verizon and airplanes and things like that. So it's a very, very complicated equation that I call the rate machine because walking through the complicated equation for the general public, I feel like would make it worse. But we can do that too. I don't know. I mean, I'm open to ideas.
Everyone can be back here tomorrow night at 9 o'clock and go through that.
So anyway, I included in the presentation sort of on that last page the breakdown of the FY23 property tax proposal, the general property tax, the legal fund tax, and then related, because it's not technically the city, but it is paid for by property tax payers, is the library fund and stabilization. So, all right. Are we ready? Sorry. I always feel like this is the fire hose briefing. So.
Okay. Maybe any other questions? This is a great time to ask early on in the budget season. Ask them now so they can try and find answers.
And our plan is to keep having small group meetings with everyone. And so just like anytime you have questions, even before or in between small group briefings, send them to any one of us and we can start working on answers and hopefully it won't feel so overwhelming by the time we're done.
Right. Thank you, Jennifer,
Thanks.
very much for that. Go ahead.
Sorry, I do have a question. Do we know the number, the monies that we've spent thus far, either via CARES and ARPA, that are one-time funding, what the percentage of that was spent on ongoing needs? And you don't have to answer that now, Jen.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can come up with that. I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Yeah, we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks, Ben. Okay, we're going to move on to item, back to item number 2, the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 budget administration overview and revenue update. We have Mary Beth here with John Voigt and Lisa. And is Andrew also going to be coming up, or just the two of you? Okay.
Start first, yeah, let's do them first. Yeah, let's do them first, okay? So this is not part of the budget presentation, but what I have to say is that Andrew and Valerie have been working together on a sales tax dashboard that I am really excited to show all of you. So I thought that this was a good time for us because we do talk about sales tax in this budget. So Andrew and Valerie's going to run it, and they're going to talk through this new dashboard that we have that will be available internally, not externally yet, but internally. But I would like to show all of you the fantastic work and the great collaboration between finance and IMS pertaining to this data.
Great. And you want to kick off with that presentation? Okay, wonderful. Do you need to share screen?
Yeah.
So, Scott, have you given her permission to share?
What's that? Sorry, I can't see from the screen.
Oh, Taylor, hi, I didn't know you're here.
Yes. Who needs permission?
Valerie does, I think.
Yeah, Valerie Peterson.
Okay.
I thought we gave her rights earlier.
Yeah.
Valerie, are you in the meeting via WebEx?
I'm signing in right now. It's just loading.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, sorry, we weren't ready. We thought we were going last.
Oh, okay, here we go. So,
Ready, Valerie? Okay, so Valerie and Andrew are going to start off and explain the different types of areas that we have here and this dashboard as we move forward. It's kind of technical, but it's very cool, so.
So this is the sales tax, the 1% data that we get from the Utah State Tax Commission. It comes to us on a monthly basis, and it comes to us so what we call is the pre-distribution stage. So basically where how the businesses actually paid their sales tax, and then we run it through a distribution process where we just multiply it by the percentage rate. So basically the difference between the amount that we received versus the amount that we sent to the state. And then that gives us our estimated revenue. So that's kind of what you're seeing here on the map is, and Valerie can explain a little bit on exactly what the heat map is showing you, but it's basically just displaying that the higher, brighter yellow color is the generating more revenue in sales tax that's coming to the city. And if you look on the bottom, so where it says $38 million, and this is current fiscal year 22 dollars, so basically July sales through February sales year to date for the budget. So this is year to date. The total amount of revenue that we've received is $55 million. 38 million, if you see in the bottom middle left or middle bottom, 38 million is basically how much of that amount is mappable. And then the 16 million is the amount that doesn't have, isn't basically mapped on what you can see here. So it's kind of the difference between the total. And yeah, I mean, this is just kind of a cool view. Valerie and I have been kind of just playing around with some different views on how to explain and show sales tax revenue throughout the city. And yeah.
So is this till February 1st, you said, or?
Yeah,
So-
because remember, there's
Right,
that
right. So you
60-day
got-
delay.
So you got February, March, April, May, June. So you got 5 months. So 55 over for 7 months.
And you know the information Andrew used to send me that would give you the details behind this, and he would have to do a lot of number crunching. He doesn't have to do that anymore. The pie chart on the bottom right there where it says sales tax revenue by sector,
Oh, got it.
that now shows you which type of NAICS codes they, that is categorized through. So that right there will show you that majority of this is retail sales.
And does that, you have a, somewhere that's year over year growth? Because on the chart that we used to get last year would say, you know, here's how much sales tax and then year to year growth. Is that somewhere else?
Yeah, so where you can see up in the on the right-hand side, the numbers are kind of chopped off a little bit, so we'll have to play with it a little bit, but it should be numbered 1 through 7.
Excuse me.
And it will show the year-over-year.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Andrew, if you could just pull the mic a little closer.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so on the right-hand side, it's kind of labeled 1 through 7. You can kind of see that the settings is a little weird on the HTML, but the you can see there's a year-over-year difference that we show comparing each council district. You know, and this is just one view, right? That just, you know, we're saying, hey, this might be something that you guys would want to kind of look at, type of thing.
Yeah, I was also thinking about just the manufacturing year over year, or the sale, or the retail year over year.
Yeah, that definitely is something that we can, you know, really, sky's the limit on the features that we can add. So that's an awesome idea. Yeah.
Well, this is nice.
Yeah, and I don't know, Valerie, you want to explain maybe a little bit how the density works, how the
Yeah, so the heat map is created by, we took each business's sales tax revenue value and we applied it as weight to show relative density, which is these hotspots that you're seeing here that identify the areas in the city with the highest sales tax revenue. It is chopped off a little in this view because my screen's a bit smaller than I'm used to, but we do have 2 selectors on the side. You can kind of see one. Let me see if I can scroll to it. Yeah, I don't know if it will let me click it. Oh, so usually there you'll be able to see there's 2 selectors on the side here that allow you to filter by budget month and by city council. So you can see that filter apply on the heat map as well as the sector. So it shows the most significant sectors for that council district based on the selection. And then let's see,
Over here are all these separated out sales tax revenues shown together in this bar graph. So you can see those there, and they also are filtered by the selections that are shown over here. And let me see if I can go to a budget month. The display is not working.
I'm sorry if I missed this. Is this available to the public or this is just internal?
This will be internal.
Okay.
So it will be available to you all and to your staff so that Andrew doesn't have to do all that number crunching. And if you have any suggestions, we are open to suggestions. This is just a draft as we move forward, but we would love your thoughts and your input as we move forward to solidify this sales tax graph or dashboard.
Ultimately, Mary Beth, are you looking for a way to have it vetted to make it public?
We could. So we met with the tax commission about a year ago, correct? To make sure that we are not violating any proprietary information.
Right.
So all of this information is based either on 10 businesses, a block. If there is a block with one business, then we expand it to 10 businesses so that we don't reveal any of the proprietary revenues that are coming from those businesses. So.
I know in the past they've been really careful.
Yep, we vetted
very
with them, and
restrictive,
they
but-
actually approved it. They actually said, well, will you give this information and this data to all the cities? Will you give this to all the cities? So they were pretty impressed with.
Only if they lease it from us.
Right. They were pretty impressed with both Valerie and Andrew's work on moving forward with this.
So I had to hide some of the text, but these are those two selectors that we have on the side that you can filter the map by. And so I selected Council District 4, and then I'll do budget month of September. And the map is dynamic, so that means the data is updated based on scale. So as you zoom in, you can get a more detailed view of the data as well. So that's kind of cool there.
And I guess you also have it's obviously you got the ability to say, hey, we've seen an increase month over month in sales tax or decrease or manufacturing sale, whatever sales tax revenues.
Yeah, definitely. This is pretty new to us, and it's really exciting because, I don't know, we can see a lot of opportunity in seeing the data this way. And like Mary Beth said, we're really open to suggestions. We've been working a little bit with some ideas with economic development and some stuff that they would like to see. Multiple departments are not using the sales tax data in the way that finance sees it, but in a way of getting other information that's available in the data dump that we get once a month, if that makes sense. Whether it's NICS code information by business type of thing. It's really amazing, some of the stuff that Valerie and through Nick's team has been able to map out the data and visually kind of see it. And one other thing to add is that this data is proprietary information down to the business level. So Valerie, Mary Beth, and I, Nick, and then one other individual are the only individuals at the city that can see the data down to the business level. But we did get given the rights from the tax commission in order to share the data in unique ways. Like Mary Beth said, like we can share, like for instance, we could give you an option to select on the map. But if you only select less than 10 businesses, then it would reject you from the selection, and things like that. Like lots of we can do all the permissions and things like that to keep the data safe.
Thanks, this is awesome. Any other questions, Mary Beth? Sounds like.
No, so my dream before I retire from the city, so who knows how long that's going to be, but my dream is for us to do stackable, right? So it would be sales tax, property tax, business licensing, so you would see this stackable graph and how it all relates. That's my dream. And I think Valerie and Andrew can make my dreams come true, so.
All right. Density, we need density for that. Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Awesome.
Mr. Chair?
Sorry.
I just wanted to say this is rad. That's all. Thanks for your hard work, because I would have no idea where to start. I don't even know how to play with it, but it's rad looking.
Yeah.
And I think it's really cool to know that, this is the revenue that we're getting from the city. We can also do impact analysis on, hey, this is how much the tax impact is going by business. Because all these businesses are on a map, it's really just a simple calculation and knowing, how the rates work across the board on these businesses. You can do so much more just by us knowing that we have these tagged on a map. It's awesome. So got lots of work to do, but it's exciting.
Thank you very much. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks,
Thank you, Valerie. Appreciate it.
So now we're going to go to our budget overview. Taylor, can you share the slide deck?
Taylor and Scott, we're just waiting for the slide deck for Mary Beth. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to do the budget discussion overview. The first, next slide, please. So our budget priorities are the mayor's priorities. There are a few others that we'll talk about as far as expenditures are concerned inside the matrix that John will discuss later as we move forward with that the budget committee used to making decisions. So it's our growth, our environment, our community, and our city family. So those are the areas that we focused on and kept in mind throughout the budget as we move forward. Next slide, please. So Lisa's going to talk through the revenues. You've kind of seen Jennifer's update, and so she's going to talk through the revenues, and then John will talk through the expenditures.
Right, thank you. So a few weeks ago, I gave you a revenue update that showed you kind of where we were at for our current fiscal year. So this is moving forward with our actual budget for FY23. I was just going to run you quickly through the major categories, and I'll kind of, for the new council members, give you an idea of the types of revenue that are in each of those categories, just to make sure that that isn't confusing for anybody. But the first area on, and this is general fund revenues only, just so you know that. So the first category is property taxes, and as you can see, they've increased by about a little over $10 million. That includes the percentage increase that we've been referring to, a judgment levy, and an increase to the RDA property tax amount. And inside property taxes, that includes our real property taxes, personal property taxes, and other smaller property taxes like motor vehicle and things like that. And please, if you have any questions, just stop me while we move along. The second area there is our sales and use tax, increase of $24 million in this budget. So sales and use tax includes several categories. That includes our 1% regular sales tax. It also includes the half cent, which is going to funding our future. So both of those are rolled up into that one. That category also includes municipal energy sales tax and other sales tax, other municipal energy sales tax, sales and use tax, excuse me. Other categories are our franchise taxes, and we do have a small decline in that area. That's in our telephone franchise taxes. We've been monitoring that for several years now and are concerned about it, but continue to monitor it. The next major category of revenue is our permits and licenses. So this includes two things, although they're rolled up together in here as permits and licenses, but the regulatory licenses are our business licenses and our business taxes. So that category is going up a little over $3 million, and the biggest portions of that are our parking license tax and our innkeeper's tax. We're really seeing those travel-related taxes start to improve after COVID. The other half of that are our permits, so building permits, plan check fees, things like that are increasing about $7 million. So that makes up the $10 million in that category. The intergovernmental revenue, that's just a slight increase there, but it includes things like Class C roads, things that we might get from the county, the library reimbursement, things like that fall under that category. The charges, fees, and services major group includes any of the fees that we charge to customers. So it includes the cemetery, includes reservation fees for like the rack and places like that. So that is showing a small increase as well, and a lot of that has to do with the CPI increase that we add to all the fees across the city in the consolidated fee schedule. And this year we added a 4.6% increase to that. So you'll see those fees increasing because of that. Let's see, the next major category is in fines, and those fines come from parking fines and from anything that happens at the Justice Court, so traffic fines, things like that, and you're seeing a small increase there of about $290,000. Parking meter collections showing a little bit of a decrease. We are seeing that trending down, and hopefully that won't be a continued trend, but it is going down just a little bit. The major category of interest is increasing by $800,000. We think that's a conservative estimate based on interest rates for the pool. Then the category miscellaneous, which basically includes everything else, but it includes things like we have special events cost recovery in there, some of our collection fees from the division, credit card surcharges, other reimbursements, things like that fall into that category. Slight increase in that area as well. And then in the interfund reimbursement category, there's an increase there of about $2.3 million. A lot of that is related to administrative fees that the general fund charges out to enterprise funds, and those are increasing by about $1.5 million this year. And then the final category is our transfers. A slight increase there, mostly due to the ARPA funding that you guys were told about earlier when Jen presented.
So on the revenue side of the house, you're showing about a 20% increase in sales and use taxes from last year.
Yes.
Is that a conservative estimate? And did we have that same increase from 2021 to 22, or from 19 to?
Right. We've actually been fairly conservative for the last few years because we were just really concerned about the effect of COVID, but it really, our conservative estimates, they just got blown out of the water. We've been, seeing a lot more revenue than we budgeted, as we showed you a few weeks ago. So this is in an attempt to kind of right-size that budget. So I don't think it's conservative necessarily, but I think it's realistic.
I'm just trying to kind of equate the last, Andrew and Valerie were showing us, for 7 months it was $55 million. So just doubling that's only 110, and this is 150. or 125,
Right,
so I'm just,
They were only showing you the 1%, and this also includes that half-cent sales tax that we put to the funding of
Right,
future area.
gotcha. All right, I knew there was some place I missed. All right. So 149 is still conservative as far as sales tax is
Yes,
concerned?
we believe it is, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions? I'll pass it on to John to tell you about the expenses.
So let's advance the slides.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had a few more, didn't I?
You
I
do.
totally skipped over my slides. All my excitement I missed.
So I'll leave it till Lisa to talk about those.
Sorry, I had so much exciting stuff to share with you, and I just passed right by it. So can we advance that slide, please? And you can skip through that, because those are the highlights I basically talked about. Thank you. So just some exciting visuals so that you can see some of the revenue numbers in graphic format. But this is the history of our property tax budget actuals and then our budget for this year. And you can see it's increased there. That's as a result of the increase that we're proposing, as well as stabilization and the judgment levy. Next slide. And I feel like you guys always like to see your property tax values by council district, and we definitely are seeing some increases in those areas. This is based on the last full calendar year, which we have for 2021, so you can see the increase there. The next slide shows our history of sales tax revenues. This goes back to 2008, so you can see the incline there. And to your point, Council Chair, you know, the budget for 2020 was a little bit lower than what we received, and definitely in 2021, and we're definitely projecting quite a bit more revenue than budgeted in this current fiscal year. So hopefully 2023 is right on track with that. The next slide just shows the breakdown of the major categories of point of sale tax receipts. So as you can see, retail trade is definitely the highest sector of receipts, followed by wholesale trade and then accommodations and food services. Those three make up almost 65% of our total sales tax, and we receive approximately 70% of the gross sales tax receipts. So we receive a portion of the point of sale. And then the next slide, I just was wanting to point out the history of our building permit revenue and just seeing the increases there as well. Okay, if there's no questions on those, I can hand it over to John now.
Right.
Could you, I'm sorry for not so bright here, the building permits, how's that, explain that money? I mean, how do we get that money? How much does someone?
Yeah, this is all
pay
the
for
construction industry applying for building permits in the city. And so there's two parts of it. There's a planned check fee and then the actual building permit, and then a whole bunch of other permits that go along with that, electrical and plumbing, things like that. So, and this graph is specific to that portion of that major category.
Okay, and the building permit, how we charge for those, that's a whole other separate topic on permitting and fees for permitting. And I guess we could have that at some other time. I mean, are we, as far as the state is concerned or other states, the cities, are building permits are they high, are they low, they average for the state, for the nation? Do we know?
I think that I would like Can here, but what I can say is that they go with the IBC, so International Building Code. And that's how most cities use. They use the IBC for their building permits and plan review fees.
And the charges that are associated with those building permits?
Correct.
Okay.
Are you saying that the fees charged for building permits are the same in all cities?
No.
No. Yeah, the things that are required that you are required to receive a permit for are the same,
Yes,
pretty much.
yes.
But the city's charges are all different. And I was just curious on how we determine that, and do we do a study on that every year? I'm just curious.
We don't do a cost analysis on building
But is your question how a building permit fee is calculated? Because I believe that's based on
Well, not just how much it's calculated, but how much we charge.
It's based on a calculation.
a calculation, and based on the value of
Valuation.
the what's to be built.
And are our charges as high as other cities, the same sizes, or are we on the low end of building permit charges? Are we on the high end? Are we charging enough, or are we charging not enough on building permits?
I'd also like to know how what we charge compares to what we spend on manpower to process those permits.
So that would be the cost analysis
That-
that Mary Beth just said we haven't currently been doing,
Correct.
correct?
But Mary Beth, are you doing that cost analysis on building permits also?
We have not done the
Oh, yeah.
cost analysis on building permits.
Because it's a different category.
Yep.
I think we can get the information about the cost of running that division or department versus the revenue that comes in. That we could get. I think we do have a consultant who could probably, if you wanted, to help with that cost comparison with other entities.
Yeah, because I look at all the construction we have going on here, and I'm like, going, okay, besides the staffing and the total costs that it is required by the city to build a building, the street damages that need to be repaired, the infrastructure that goes into to put the building in place, are we recouping those costs? Because I just look through our neighborhoods and go, there's a lot of trucks going through the neighborhoods, and I know they're doing some big damages to the local streets. And how are we recouping those costs or those future expenses?
Yeah, I think that we don't do a cost justification for those, but what I can say is we can look at how much it's costing us to operate that, as well as we could do a quick benchmark of surrounding cities and then larger cities around the country. That's easy to do. We do benchmarks all the time, so we could do that for you as well.
It'd be nice to know if we're, we're losing, 50 cents on the dollar for every dollar charged or something.
We can do that.
The impacts on infrastructure, though, would actually not be the building permit fee. That would be the impact fees, right? I mean, that's the purpose of impact fees, is to reduce the impact on infrastructure needed, whereas the building permit fee is more the manpower to review the building permit and to send inspectors out to make sure it's getting built properly, and so that we don't have buildings that present life safety issues to the occupants. Am I understanding that correct?
You're right.
So it would be more than just building permit fees if you wanted a true picture of what a new construction project in the city pays into the city in order to offset those costs.
And just wanted to clarify one thing on impact fees, though, which is just it's a thing of state law, which is that I think it would be really easy to argue that all the building downtown has a significant impact on our roads downtown, but we have no way of capturing that revenue because impact fees are only allowed for capacity building, not offsetting use, if that makes sense.
There's no way for us to I mean, theoretically it's the new growth that results in additional property taxes and the new sales tax that however many people in that office building would generate that would pay for the ongoing maintenance of the road.
Right, but it's not enough, and so
Sure.
Yeah.
But there is probably some money that is collected from building permits that is not dedicated to the administration of that program. It helps with the other city expenses.
So thank you very much for clarifying that impact fee, but it'd be nice to see then both of it, the whole cost to the city, whether it's impact and the whole revenue generated from that, and if we're receiving revenue to offset the costs to the city.
And the benchmark?
And the benchmark, yeah.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yep.
All right, let's advance to the next slide, and we'll start to talk a little bit about expenses. So as we begin, just want to touch briefly on the City Budget Committee went through all of the proposals that came to the mayor, and it's really difficult at times to compare those across different departments and different needs. And so we put together this matrix that scored each of the projects based on different areas and allowed us to be able to determine what were the needs and how did they compare against each other. So what we looked at was, were these categories that you see across the top, whether it was mandated, and if so, how is it mandated? Is it mandated by state or federal, or is it a self-mandate, meaning a policy or an ordinance that we're doing, or is there just no mandate at all? Then we went to reliance, who is actually relying on this, and are there other people out there who can provide this service, either other public entities or private entities that would be able to provide that type of service. Then we looked at the community benefiting, meaning who benefits, and all of these are very, everybody could choose different scoring methodologies for each individual project, but we tried to be consistent across each of the projects. So we looked at who benefits from that as far as the community goes. Was it 25%, 50%, or more than 50%? One of the things that was pointed out was all of the projects that have been funded that really touched on equity. And I believe that that's partially because in our matrix, we really considered equity and how it was impacted across the city, whether there was no impact or whether there was minimal impact or a greater impact. And then we also looked at air quality issues and then how it met the mayor's goals that Mary Beth talked about in the first slide. So we took those and tried to look at each of the different initiatives that were brought and weigh them based on this scoring matrix, and then it gave us a way to be able to score those different initiatives against each other. Sorry. Next slide. So the city's recommended budget it is shown here, and I think the interesting thing that I see in this slide is that this is the first year that I can remember that general fund dollars were actually more than any of the other funds. The last few years, the airport and public utilities have had significant projects going on, and so their budgets were quite a bit higher. As those projects have tapered off, the general fund has now become the highest budget in the slide. Next slide. As we look at the major expenses, the city's biggest expense is personnel costs. It's over 60% of the city budget, and obviously, any changes to that are going to represent big cost changes for the city. Within that, the city saw a 6% increase in the insurance costs, and you can see the dollar amounts to the general fund and then to all different funds. The city chose to honor the merit increases that are currently negotiated in the contracts for the different unions, and then salary increases that the mayor talked about last week would be the last category there within the major expenses from personnel costs. Questions on those?
And is there anything in the police union, or did they just say, hey, we're just going to put an estimate there for the police union negotiation? Is that include the police negotiations? It's kind of like estimate in these funds? Okay.
It's an estimate for police negotiation.
Okay.
Because that negotiation is still going on, is still ongoing. So next slide. So again, with personnel being the biggest increase, I just wanted to highlight that, here were the differences in the different funds, and then make a note also that 46 positions were added during budget amendment. So while there are 130 132 new positions, almost 133. 46 of those were added through budget amendment. And we're going to help Jennifer come up with that detail of what came through with budget amendment, what came through from different transfers and other ways. So, questions? Next slide. Just a brief slide about the American Rescue Plan. So the budget currently includes an $18.5 million transfer from the grant for revenue replacement, and then a $1.5 million transfer for salary restoration costs. And then the budget includes direct funding for a grant administrator and the HARP program through ARPA funding in FY23. Next slide. So this slide just breaks down the different areas of funding our future and the different amounts that are listed in there for housing, transportation, infrastructure, public safety, and then the new initiative of parks maintenance at $2 million. And I know there was a question of whether that was enough, and I would tell you the answer is definitely no, but we don't know what that is, and we'll get you that answer.
I figured it wasn't enough, but I just wasn't sure the total.
All right, next slide. This slide is the fund balance projection, and I think the thing to note is that we continue to be in a good place as far as fund balance goes. We're projecting well. It's at 16.4% on this projection, and this really is a projection. We tried to look at previous years and project some of those costs, as you can see in the slide, forward from other years, and then others are details of what we're bringing in as far as one-time costs and one-time revenues and different things like that.
And I'm not sure if this is the right time, but I'll throw it out now. As far as the fund balance, so it's 16.5%. And we want to keep it at above 13, which is the delta is from my magic computer in the corner over there. That's $14.5 million. Was there any discussion on lowering the fund balance to 13% and using that 14.5 somewhere else to offset the expenses?
No. And let me tell you, the reason why is because the mayor did a 3-year projection, and we carried some of that fund balance into 24 and some of that fund balance into 25. So to do it all in this year, that means that next year's going to be out of balance further. And then, so we kind of did this historical 3-year trend model that we are working on for Jennifer right now to share with you on trying to get us back to one-time revenue to one-time expenses, ongoing revenue to ongoing expenses over the next 3 years. That includes a fund balance in both years, but lower than it is in the current year.
All right, so over a couple years, we would be closer to the 13% vice now, so we can, by spending it all right now, we would be in the hurt locker later on because we'd be starting to go below 13 and hitting closer to the 10.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
So the 3-year projection, if I follow what you're saying, is if we spent it all right now and did a 4.9% property tax increase, then in 3 years, 4 years, in order to get the budget balance, we'd probably have to, instead of smaller incremental increases in potential increases in property taxes, we'd be at a place where you'd have to do a much bigger property tax increase in order to balance the budget.
Correct.
Or cut programs and lay off people. Okay.
And this year we're starting off pretty high because we already had to move some money to CIP. We moved some money to CIP, right?
We did. So Fiscal Procedures Act is kind of a strange one. It doesn't say whether I have to use budgeted revenue or whether I have to use actual. This fund balance is based on actual. If I use budgeted numbers, obviously it's higher, right? The fund balance number is going to be higher. So we have looked at it both ways, and I'm just keeping us, I'm err on the side of cautious because that's what I do. And that's the reason we moved the 10 million over into CIP. But that has to be for current fiscal year 2022. The 16% is for fiscal year 2023, not fiscal year 2022. So I can't go above the 35% in the current fiscal year.
Right, right. Oh, and we are using 20, I think you're using 25 million of fund balance in the revenue.
For fiscal year 23.
For fiscal year 23.
Right. But that, you know, when I look at the 35%, that calculates into that 35%.
Okay, okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, and that's my last slide, so unless there's other questions, thanks.
We're going to take a quick nanosecond pause. There's got to be more questions here. Councilman Romano.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you, Mary Beth.
Thank you very much, Mary Beth.
I don't think you go anywhere.
Oh, yeah, you can't go anywhere. Sorry. At least you got to stretch out there.
Yeah, stand up a little bit.
All right, Council, the next line item on the agenda is item number 3, which is Mary Beth giving us a tutorial on the overview of program-based budgeting. And we also have, is Eric Fabian also was here, or is it just?
He'll be online.
He'll be online?
Yeah, Eric should be online.
Okay.
So I kind of want to give you a history of how we started program-based budgeting. So we applied for a grant with Harvard Bloomberg Philanthropies and received the grant. The grant was Budgeting for Equity. As we worked through Budgeting for Equity, we said, how do we want to go about this? And one of the things that that we have struggled with as a city is line item-based budgeting and not knowing. I mean, I go back to a time when Cindy used to say, how much are the flowers in the park? And we didn't know how much the flowers cost us in the park. So program-based budgeting is one of the ways that we can know exactly how much a program's costs. The ERP is going to help a little bit with that, but unless you implement program-based budgeting, we won't know the true costs of programs. I use homeless services, but I think I'd rather use, let's use parking citations, right? If someone says, can you do a cost analysis, just like you did with permits, on parking citations and how much parking citations are costing the city versus how much revenue we're receiving in, it takes the finance department a lot of work to grab from all these cost centers, put it into an area. But with program-based budgeting, it would be, we would attach a program code to that and move it forward. So they accepted, they gave us a grant, and we started working with ResourceX. That was about 18 months ago, maybe almost 2 years ago, that we started working with ResourceX, and ResourceX is a program-based budgeting software and platform. In the current fiscal year, both police and finance were the pilots for program-based budgeting, and we will move program-based budgeting forward for at least 5 more departments in next year. What that does for us is, as you can see right now, you see all these line items, right? You see, okay, this is how much permits is increasing. These are the staff members that we want in departments. What you'll start seeing is that here's a homeless services program. Here's a parking citation program. This is what it costs. This is how many FTEs they want to increase. So you're going to start seeing that, and the budget book's going to change, as well as our thought process on how to fund things. The other thing that hopefully it will do is it will bring out those programs that aren't being as efficient as they should be, and maybe not necessary any longer in the city that we live in today, right? Because we have a lot of programs that are older, and maybe we repurpose that funding or that allocation. We will start this in June with these new departments, but budget's going to change. We're going to start working on budgets in June instead of starting in January and say, okay, how much is the revenue? Okay, now let's do the expenditures. We're going to start those programs and those priorities and those insights in in June so that we can have them ready for the mayor, like November-ish, so that she can start looking through those programs and taking more time for that, and then we can move it forward to you. So it's a little bit of a paradigm shift, a lot of change in the budget calendar, which will be much more methodical as we move forward into program-based budgeting for all, including council and the mayor. She doesn't have to make decisions in a 6-week period of time, right? It can be a little bit longer, a little bit more methodical as she moves forward. So
real quick question. So if you're, you have whether it's a salaried person or hourly wage, would they have a different charge code for different programs that they're working on?
correct.
So, and their time card, however you track their time, would be charged to program A, program B?
Yeah, it could either go by employee, it can go by cost center, it can go by different types of allocations, right? It could go by location. We can create those allocations inside the new ERP.
Right, okay. So that's how it's tied into the ERP system, is because now then you can all pull that out and you can say, hey, we're on budget, we're off budget, and why are we even charging this program? Why do we have this program?
Or why do we even have this program?
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah,
Great.
and it will be amazing for your staff as well, because they'll be able to run their own reports, and they won't have to say, hey, I don't get this. Where is all this money coming from, and how did we spend it? And right, so the new ERP will be great for council staff as well.
Wonderful. So it is definitely a paradigm shift for everybody, because you're changing what you're doing as far as an individual is concerned too, how you allocate your time.
Correct.
And how we charge your time.
That's correct. So I want to turn it over to Eric so that he can explain program-based budgeting and some of the cities that he has worked with in program-based budgeting, so that he can give you a high level, and that's all I have. So Eric?
All right, thank you, Mary Beth. Good afternoon, Salt Lake City Council. Thank you for the invitation to talk about program budgeting, and thank you, Mary Beth, for that great overview, and both you and John's leadership, along with your analysts in both finance and police, in piloting the first program budgeting initiative again for the city. So ResourceX is a Denver-based organization, and we are focused on supporting local governments to strategically align resources with community outcomes. Through program budgeting, methodology, and software, local governments are accelerating data-driven decision-making and budgeting to align resources towards the community's challenges, providing a platform to fund initiatives surrounding equity, enhancing safe community, funding perhaps climate initiatives, and most importantly, providing a fiscally sustainable future for residents and the community. And as Mary Beth suggested and council identified, there is a paradigm shift within program budgeting. The paradigm shift revolves around moving away from a focus at a line item level and transitioning to a program level. And what that really helps you understand is what is it that we do as an organization? How much does it cost? And ultimately, how does that align with the outcomes that the community's looking to achieve? Next slide, please. This is the thesis of ResourceX. I won't go through the whole thing, but the highlight is that we only focus on partnering with local governments. We're a very outcome-based organization, and we believe that the biggest impact and benefit for residents in the community and our neighbors is through supporting local government. Next slide, please. So we also partner with two of the largest local government membership associations in the United States. GFOA, as you know, Government Finance Officers Association, issues a distinguished budget presentation each year to select cities, and they've changed one of their criteria to require a program analysis and focus in order for cities like Salt Lake City to be awarded this award. And also ICMA, International City County Management Association. We have developed a program budgeting curriculum that is part of the designation for all future credentialed city managers in the city and across the nation. The underlying factor of both these initiatives and our work at ResourceX is the philosophy that programs are the vehicle for change, for understanding how you can get better resource alignment with the outcomes that Salt Lake City wants to achieve, and identifying perhaps different ways to deliver services so that they're more efficient, more impactful, and more aligned, again, with some of these city outcomes. Next slide, please. So there's some core steps in a program budget. And the first step, and I'll get into detail a little bit further down the presentation, but it's establishing your first program data platform. Right now, the city uses a line item budget, and that won't go away, but we're going to translate that line item budget into a program budget. And again, we'll get into that in a moment. We then utilize our program data platform, all of the programs that the city delivers, or in this case right now, Finance and Police Department as our pilot, and then we facilitated an insight workshop with your team, Mary Beth, John, and their analysts, to identify recommendations on how to change program delivery so again, they're more efficient, more aligned with certain outcomes that the city wants to achieve. We then analyze those recommendations and understand how complex they are, a timeline to perhaps implement each of those individual program recommendations, and then finally take action, implement those recommendations for resident and community benefit. Next slide, please. So ResourceX has worked with over 300 organizations across North America to create frameworks for better decision-making and recentering budgets to achieve outcomes. And as Katie Ludwig here with GFOA states, people who manage programs and the budget are often not speaking the same language. We all need to be on the same page. Program budgeting can be the tool that really does bridge that divide. And what she's saying there is, from a line item perspective, it's hard to understand what program they support. But if you're talking about snow removal or snow plowing, everybody inside the organization understands what snow plowing is as a program and a service, and your residents in the community understand that. So you're starting to talk a common language, and then you can understand ways to deliver that service differently, perhaps, to again have a positive community impact. Next slide, please. So for example, this is a traditional line item budget, and let's say we're looking at professional services, and a recommendation is put forth to add $25,000 to the professional services line item. That might be great, but how are you measuring the impact that extra resource expense produces? If you doubled it, would it have a better outcome? If you reduced it, what would be the impact from a professional services perspective? If you are actually roll those line items up into a program, again, example, snow removal, you can actually start having conversations on what type of impact that program can have. And if you reduce the expense, what you may have to give up service-wise. Similarly, if you increased it, what benefit may that bring? Next slide, please. Next slide. So talking about the City of Denver, Colorado, they had a Budgeting for Equity initiative. City of Denver had a very clear, concise equity definition and objective, but it was unclear how the budget supported their objectives. Again, from a line item perspective, they couldn't demonstrate impact on equity by increasing professional services or decreasing. Next slide, please. But by transitioning from a line item budget to a program budget, they were able to. So you see the line items down below, and on the left side are the non-personnel costs, such as training, gasoline, et cetera, et cetera. And then on the right side are the personnel costs. Rolling those up, that's a transition from a line item to a program. And what we're really looking at from all of those line items is, again, snow removal. Next slide, please. And so the city then started thinking from a program level snow removal perspective, how might we adjust that program to have a bigger impact on equity? So they studied low income, they identified low income neighborhoods, also identified that high percentage of residents in those neighborhoods did not own cars, and when it snows, they have hard time walking across snow and ice-filled sidewalks to access public transit. So they expanded snow removal in select neighborhoods to not only focus on streets, but also sidewalks, and then expanded equitable access to employment opportunities, ongoing education, et cetera. Next slide, please. So big picture, data is the foundation for insights and action and maximum impact. Next slide, please. So the three core steps of developing a program budget revolve around data, insights, and action. Next slide, please. On the data side, as I mentioned, we need to develop a initial program level data set. And we start with the line item budget. Again, that never goes away, but we translate that into programs, and programs represent what services does Salt Lake City deliver to residents. We then take the line item costs and allocate those to individual programs. And as council identified earlier, it could be from a personnel perspective, dividing up the 3 or 4 or how many programs that individual supports. And similarly, on a non-personnel line item, percentage allocating those line items to a program. So now you understand what services do we deliver and what's the fully loaded cost to deliver those services. There's also an opportunity to understand any revenue that a given program receives. So there's the opportunity to do an instant cost analysis, as council has been discussing tonight, to understand which programs are fully recovering costs, which programs are partially or fully subsidized. Are we intentionally subsidizing these programs, or is it intentional to support a certain demographic, like the elderly, for example? Those types of conversations can be had across every program in an organization. And then finally, there's a scoring process, as John had on his slide, that scoring matrix. We collaboratively developed that with the city, and that represents program attributes. So you can understand, is a program mandated? How much flexibility do we have in that service delivery or doing the program at all? What's the demand from residents? And then you can customize it further to incorporate outcomes such as equity or sustainability or safe community, et cetera. So the core data set is translating line items to programs. That's understanding what you do, allocating line item costs and or revenues to programs. What's the fully loaded cost of providing services? And then metadata around these basic program attributes for data-driven decision making. Next slide, please. The next step is, once you develop that program level data set, what decisions do you want to make at the programmatic level to enhance alignment with outcomes or deliver a service more efficiently or partner with other entities outside of your organization to deliver that service? Next slide, please. And some of those opportunities represented in the blueprint here look at freeing up and reallocating resources from a sourcing, efficiency, or service level perspective. But we also want to look at revenue opportunities around fees and charges, grant funding, and then typically last is a taxes and rates conversation, although it's been pretty dominant tonight, but obviously it's politically sensitive to raise those. So we try and look for resource optimization opportunities within the programs themselves through revenue enhancements or repurposing opportunities. Next slide, please. We can skip this one. Next slide, please. And so Salt Lake City has within finance and police, that's the pilot program, have fully developed their program inventory and costs and scored the programs, and so they have their initial data set. We then moved into the insight phase where we facilitated a workshop where staff created program level recommendations, again, to have better alignment with outcomes, deliver a service more efficiently, perhaps look for revenue generating opportunities. And there were upwards of 4 dozen insights initially identified by the city of Salt Lake. And as we'll see in a moment, those directly translated into budget proposals. Next slide, please. So we've developed our data, we've identified program level insights or recommendations, and those are all good and fine, but we've got to take action on those. We've got to implement these data-driven recommendations. Next slide, please. And so during recent police and finance budget presentations to the Executive Budget Committee and the Mayor's Office, this is a program level insight recommendation that was identified through finance for a purchasing deputy director. And you can see we have the recommendation, the budget impact, timeline to implement, complexity to implement, the type of program change identified. In this case, it was a service level increase, and then additional data justifying that budget proposal recommendation. Next slide, please. Similarly, we have a mirror of a police program level insight recommendation that was incorporated into an action item or a budget proposal. Next slide, please. And so this slide and the next is just the next iteration of where Salt Lake City could take their program budgeting initiative. We actually have a budgeting module where you can start identifying, next slide please, specific program alignment with overall city results. So in the city of Pittsburgh, their stated results is they want a connected city, environmentally responsible city, a safe community, economic vitality, complete neighborhoods. And this is a visualization of programmatic alignment and also fiscal alignment with each of these individual outcomes that the city is seeking to achieve. So you can see as fiscal alignment increases, the impact on creating a safe community is more and more enhanced. Next slide, please. So finally, as Mary Beth said, we continue to work with the City of Salt Lake, and Bloomberg Philanthropies and Results for America continue to be a generous supporter of the city. And the only reason they support cities with funding is when cities are demonstrating significant progress on their initiatives. And again, kudos to Mary Beth and John and their team for really exhibiting extreme leadership in doing this program-based work from the ground up. It's not easy, but it does lead to pretty strong results. And we look forward to continuing to partner with the city as we expand this initiative to additional departments. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions any council members may have.
Thank you very much, Eric. Any questions at this time?
I don't have any questions. I do have a comment, though. I want to thank you for this, and I think my very first budget season, Andrew taught me this program-based budgeting, and we had a long conversation about it, and he convinced me that it was the right thing, and it is. So kudos to you, Andrew. But really, thank you for implementing this and for doing this. I really do think that it's the future of budgeting and changing our philosophy of how we've been budgeting in the past to be both efficient for taxpayer dollars and make it a more conscious effort than trying to get this done in 6 weeks for both the mayor and the council. So really, thank you to ResourceX for this, but thank you to our finance department for taking something that some of us council members kind of pushed for, especially after the police audit, and saying, all right, well, let's give this a go, and supporting the ERP and all of that. So I know how hard your team works, and want to thank you for that, and look forward to actually implementing this in a more citywide way in the future. So thanks so much.
Thank you, council member.
That's Romano.
I have a question. Also, this is super exciting and interesting, and I think gives us a better way to analyze what we're doing with our money. My question is, you're saying that we'll start budgeting in June, or the administration will start budgeting in June for the following year, and we'll have more time to discuss the budget rather than just during these one period. But I thought that the budget schedule was state mandated. Like the mayor delivers her budget on a specific day and we adopt by a specific day. So how does this shifting of the budget process work?
I think that it is, right? For us to present the budget book, we have to present the first Tuesday in May. But I think my thought process behind this is making it more collaborative with council initiatives, with bringing it together so that we don't have these big swings. I think that Mayor Mendenhall and this council work very, very well together, but it would be nice to have the budget a little bit more seamless as we move forward, and getting your initiatives and getting your insights as we move forward into this discussion.
That all sounds wonderful.
Thank you very much. I like this quite a bit. I mean, I'm just coming from the manufacturing world, and efficiencies and where your dollar's going are always so important. You do a value stream map of your processes to make sure you eliminate as much as possible the non-value added steps to your process to increase, to reduce the time and reduce the cost of you producing product X. And I think this is valuable for all of us in that case, because now we know how much it's costing us to provide a service and where we need to provide efficiencies to that service, and also, is it actually necessary for us to actually provide that service, or maybe we need to add money to that. So I appreciate that. And when we talk about the departments, are we talking about even the enterprise departments?
At this point, we're going to focus on the general fund departments
Just
first.
the first.
The other thing that I will tell you is that after you create this program-based budgeting, right, it's going to be easier to put performance measures and outcomes and KPIs and ROIs on the program, right? Right now, it's really difficult. And if you can see in the budget book, it's difficult for departments to even put a performance measure on their programs. Much easier to put performance measures, outcomes, KPIs, and ROIs on that program, if it has an ROI, right? Not all programs will, but most of them will have KPIs.
Right, and then you can also figure out, okay, then now I need to bring someone in to help us do a, cost improvement or, process improvement event, so you can reduce your costs, and so we're not seeing the high cost of that.
Correct.
As far as the current budget, now I'm going from this briefing to the previous briefing. I'm stepping back.
Okay.
I'm allowing myself to ask a question for the past one. So we provide the 4 priorities, and when we look at those 4 priorities, our growth, environment, community, city, family. The changes that we've made to the budget, how do they align with those four priorities? And I'm not, maybe it's already somewhere in the budget, but I don't.
It is not in the budget, but it was in the matrix. So what we did was we went down each one and said, how many of these meet those four priorities? And those are the ones that we discussed. So it was in that matrix that you saw that at the 0 to 4, if they met all the priorities, then they got a 4. If they met none of the priorities, got a 0. We wouldn't discuss that as we move forward. And we can get that detail if you would like.
It'd be nice, and I think the public would also like that, show me your budget, and that I will show you your priorities. So it'd be nice to see, out of those priorities, what our changes to our budget are aligned with those four priorities that the budget is in the budget. This is wonderful. Thank you very much, John. Appreciate it. Eric, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, I want to take a straw poll. Who's ready to go to dinner?
And it's not quite here
Not quite yet.
but it will be any minute.
Well, okay. Andrew's ready also. So we're on a break right now till 18:45. 6:45.
Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young with Salt Lake City TV. On our episode this week, we spoke with Larry Martin, a Salt Lake City school crossing guard. Our History Minute's about the oldest bicycle shop in the United States. Before we get to those, let's take a look at what's happened in the city, what's going to be happening, then our road construction update, and our legislative update.
At its April 19th meeting, the City Council heard briefings regarding Budget Amendment 7, which includes funding for repairs to the Leonardo after flooding and rebuilding a pedestrian bridge over the Jordan River, got a status update on the Foothills Trail system, and received an address by the students in the Youth City Government Program. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall celebrated Earth Day early by visiting the 900 South constructed wetland and reaffirming the city's commitment to water conservation and environmental protection. Mayor Mendenhall was joined by the city's Director of Public Utilities, Laura Briefer, and Deputy Director of Sustainability, Sophia Nicholas, to highlight the environmental work the city is engaged in.
Just about everywhere you look in Salt Lake City is a road under construction. Two of the projects we're going to highlight today for our road construction update are State Street's Waterline project and some of the local streets that are covered under Funding Our Future.
Salt Lake City Public Utilities is replacing the existing water main on State Street between 1st Avenue and 200 North in Salt Lake City. This key public utility is over 100 years old and needs to be replaced to enhance the infrastructure for downtown growth. Work will continue through the summer and will include installation of new water lines, replacement of existing residential water meters, and sewer rehabilitation work. Learn more at statestreetwaterline.com. Our Local Streets program, funded by the 2018 Funding Our Future voter-approved bond, focuses on residential streets selected by pavement condition and council district. Local Streets is focused in the East Liberty Park neighborhood this year. Kensington, between 800 and 900 East, is getting poured May 3rd and 4th. Roosevelt, between 600 and 700 East, will be poured the following week on May 10th and 11th. All of these projects are subject to change due to weather since it's still spring here in Salt Lake City.
That's it for the road construction update this week. To keep track of these projects and any others going on in the city, be sure to visit slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, we spoke with Larry Martin, a crossing guard in Salt Lake City, about the importance of the work he does and how you can help.
My name is Larry Martin. I have been a crossing guard for 3 years, actually 2.5 because of COVID. You know, people just forget that there's little kids here and they're anxious to get home just as you're anxious to get to work or where you're going. And the little kids don't realize that, you know, these 1-ton projectiles can do a lot of damage. And I guess the bottom line is, when I was about 12 years old, one of my friends was killed crossing, going to school, and just something I felt like I owed the community, if nothing else. The real challenge is the cars. You've got a 4-way stop here, and then somebody with another stop sign runs up back and forth. And people are so focused on what they're doing, where they're going, that they forget that there's little kids here they can't see. And sometimes you just actually put yourself in more danger than what you really want to be, and you go home and wonder, why am I doing this? But you show up the next day. The first year I was here, we had everybody stopped and somebody ran the stop sign here, and that's a daily occurrence. I grabbed the 2 kids who were in front of me, pushed them actually out of the way, and I dove on top of the hood of the car that was in front of us. It was one of the older Buicks that the guy was restoring. We caved the hood in, and he said, "Oh, don't worry about it, I got another one at home." You know, outside of that, it's just normal. People don't pay attention. They don't realize that just because 3 cars have gone, that they don't have the right of way. That, you know, these kids have the right of way until they're completely across the intersection. You know, it's not all the driver's faults. Kids get a little anxious too. I've got a lot of them that say, "Hi, Mr. Larry," or "Thank you, Larry."
Thank you.
I had one the other day that drew a picture of me with his crayons. I think he looks more like my brother than me. I'm much more handsome. Halloween, you get all sorts of little candies, but mostly it's the smiles and the thanks and things like that. And you do get attached to them. You get attached to the parents that come down here, and you got to say hi to the dogs that are being walked, and it actually makes it fun at times. I would say, if you have the time, you care about the safety of children and the safety of those around you, then do it. It's not the best paying job in the world, but you know, the pay's not the point. It's the safety of the kids, the smiles you get, the waves you get, to watch them grow up. We've got kindergartners that are now in the 3rd grade, and to see the growth, and I guess that's more what I'm into it for than anything else. It is rewarding. It's frustrating as heck at times, but the rewards are more than you can actually say, and I really feel inadequate to fill that part in, but if it's something you're interested in, by all means, give it a try. We need all the help we can get.
Now it's time for the History Minute. It turns out that the oldest continuously running bicycle shop in the United States is right here in Salt Lake City. In the 1880s, Alfred A. Meredith and his brother began manufacturing bicycles in downtown Salt Lake to compete with the new craze sweeping the city. Over the next decade, Salt Lake would see an explosion of more than 2,500 bicycles wheeling up and down city streets. In 1904, with bicycles proving to be a lasting fad, James W. Guthrie offered investment and management of the store to the Meredith brothers, and the store eventually took its name from Guthrie. In 1926, the business was sold to Locus Manwaring, whose descendants still own the bicycle shop. In 1931, Manwaring moved the business to the building where it would remain until 2011 at 156 East and 2nd South. For almost 100 years, they sold bikes from this one location, from the old-fashioned high-wheelers to today's carbon frame bicycles. Although they moved locations to Sugar House, Salt Lake City has been their home for close to a century and a half. That's it for this episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So reporting in from beautiful Tracy Aviary, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young with SLC TV. For our interview this week, we spoke with Debbie Lyons of Salt Lake City Sustainability Department. Our History Minute is about the time Vanilla Ice came to Salt Lake City and got waxed like a chump. And we have our legislative update, our look back, and our new road construction update.
At its April 12th meeting, the City Council, acting as the redevelopment agency, approved Budget Amendment 2 for fiscal year 21-22 and a resolution on the Affordable Housing Funding Strategy priorities. Then, as the Council, received updates on topics ranging from homelessness and COVID-19 to redistricting and various department budgets. Interviewed several applicants to several city boards and commissions, and considered options for increasing community engagement in the council office budget. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Mayor Mendenhall, city council members, and other members of the community cut the ribbon on the newest piece of public art in Salt Lake City. Dubbed Out of the Blue, the roundabout in the 9th and 9th neighborhood is now home to a massive muraled whale jumping from the soil. Meant to represent the unexpected nature of 9th and 9th, the whale is the brainchild of artist Stephen Kessler and will stand as an artistic monument deep in the heart of a beloved neighborhood. Artist Mike Murdoch painted the inaugural mural on its surface. To watch the complete event, please visit our YouTube page. To learn more about Salt Lake City's public art program, visit saltlakepublicart.org.
Representation matters, and that starts with a redistricting process that is fair, transparent, and inclusive. Redistricting is the way we change districts that determine who represent us. Each decade, U.S. Census data is collected, which informs how districts are redrawn. District lines are redrawn to reflect population shifts across the city. This ensures each district has approximately the same number of residents. Districts divide a city and its people into geographical territories that determine who gets elected. These elected officials make decisions that can have a tremendous impact on your neighborhood or community. Your voice is important. By participating in Salt Lake City's redistricting process, you have a better chance of your and your community's values being represented in local government. You can influence what Salt Lake City looks like for the next 10 years. Visit the website to learn how you can get involved in this process.
Salt Lake City's waste and recycling teams work hard to make sure that residents' recycling, compost, and trash are picked up every week from 42,000 homes and businesses. When you find yourself behind a waste and recycling truck, be patient and put safety first. Slow down. Look for oncoming cars and workers before you attempt to pass a truck. Stop if necessary and don't pass if you don't have full visibility or enough space. Look out for pedestrians, cyclists, children, and pets that may be obscured by the truck. Never pass a collection truck on the right. Drivers have blind spots due to the size and angles of collection equipment, and you will be in harm's way. If needed, let the truck finish its collection to keep workers, oncoming motorists, pedestrians, and yourself safe. We can all do our part to prevent accidents and keep ourselves and Salt Lake City's waste and recycling workers safe. For more information, visit slcgreen.com. It's time for our road construction update. We're going to take a look at 200 South and McClellan Street.
Road construction on 200 South will start early May, though you may already be seeing Dominion Energy out on the corridor installing a new gas line. We will be reconstructing 200 South between 900 East and 200 East in 2022. In 2023, we'll reconstruct between 200 East and 400 West. We're excited to see this vital transit corridor transform into a complete street with better bike infrastructure, mid-block pedestrian crossings, and the first ever business access transit lane, which will be bus only with the exception of personal cars turning right. For more information and updates on 200 South construction, check out 200southslc.com. Meanwhile, McClellan Street between 2100 South and Sugar Mount Avenue received Capital Improvement Program funds to make street improvements.
To keep up with these or any other road construction projects in Salt Lake City, be sure to visit slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, I sat down with Debbie Lyons, the Director of Sustainability for Salt Lake City, about what you can do for Earth Day and what the city's doing as well.
It is Earth Week, and for Sustainability Department, every day is Earth Day. So we work on these initiatives year-round, but we work on things from climate change, energy efficiency, renewable energy, air quality, all the way down to food security and other community-type issues. But today, I'm going to focus on air quality because it is a big initiative of the mayor, a big priority, and in her plans moving forward to improve air quality and improve life for city residents. And one of the things that we are proud of is that we serve as an instigator of climate action across the state. So one key thing that we're doing is working with a lot of cities across the state of Utah to transition the entire grid, the electricity grid that feeds into our state, into renewable energy. And we have a great partnership with our utility to do that and with other cities. And so collectively working together, Salt Lake City is taking the lead to bring these cities together to transition to clean renewable energy. The Sustainability Department works on large-scale projects like transitioning our entire electricity grid to renewable clean energy. We work on energy efficiency. We engage businesses on energy efficiency practices and building buildings with clean electricity features rather than combustion of natural gas. To look at practices, procurement, other programs and policies where we can improve our own sustainability. And so one example is we work with our fleet department and look at the fleet replacement and look for opportunities to incorporate electric vehicles. That's one of the priorities of the city. We also have a comprehensive sustainability policy. And just like we engage residents and we educate residents, we also engage internally with employees through trainings, through trainings on our policy, and also just ongoing projects and participation on different city committees where we bring that sustainability lens to the work. To address air quality, there are a lot of things that people can do on their own to reduce pollution. The most simple thing is to drive less. So looking for opportunities to work remotely when you can, to use active transportation, to walk and bike, and condense your trips so that you're not driving as much. There are other simple things like washing your clothes in cold water, even remembering to take your reusable shopping bags to the grocery store. There are many, many things that people can do to just help the environment and also reduce pollution. If residents want to learn more about what the city is doing or what they can do to reduce pollution and address climate change, we have a lot of resources on our website at slcgreen.com. And there, residents can sign up for our newsletters so they will always be in the know of what we're doing, where we need residents to act or take action, and also follow us on social media.
Time again for the History Minute. On May 20th, 1999, Vanilla Ice and his band set their sights on Salt Lake City. The rapper was on tour for the release of his album Hard to Swallow, in which he had tried to reinvent himself away from hip-hop and into what he called skate rock. The Tower Theater had booked him to play, and the show had to be cut short by the third song when all hell broke loose.
The singer had just taken the stage at Salt Lake's Tower Theater when suddenly, according to a witness, including the man who shot this tape, a fan jumped on the stage and punched Vanilla Ice.
Another guy jumped up on stage and was like kind of waving his hands in the air, kind of like he was enjoying it, and then he turned around and decked Vanilla Ice in the face.
After the attack, fighting broke out and there was some vandalism.
Concert goers outside began attacking Vanilla Ice's bus.
It sounds like people were throwing bottles at it. There were some windows that were broken out of the bus, and there was a dollar value assigned to the damage of about $1,500.
Police say no arrests were made, but they did hand out citations. Vanilla Ice did not file a police report.
After this, concerts at the Tower became a thing of the past, and Vanilla Ice continued on to Colorado and parts beyond for the rest of his tour. His most recent tours have skipped Salt Lake City, perhaps out of fear that he'll get waxed like a chump once more. That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So, reporting in for beautiful Library Square, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young, with Salt Lake City TV. On our episode this week, we spoke with Larry Martin, a Salt Lake City school crossing guard. Our History Minute's about the oldest bicycle shop in the United States. Before we get to those, let's take a look at what's happened in the city, what's going to be happening, then our road construction update, and our legislative update.
At its April 19th meeting, the City Council heard briefings regarding Budget Amendment 7, which includes funding for repairs to the Leonardo after flooding and rebuilding a pedestrian bridge over the Jordan River, got a status update on the Foothills Trail system, and received an address by the students in the Youth City Government Program. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall celebrated Earth Day early by visiting the 900 South constructed wetland and reaffirming the city's commitment to water conservation and environmental protection. Mayor Mendenhall was joined by the city's Director of Public Utilities, Laura Briefer, and Deputy Director of Sustainability, Sophia Nicholas, to highlight the environmental work the city is engaged in.
Just about everywhere you look in Salt Lake City is a road under construction. Two of the projects we're going to highlight today for our road construction update are State Street's Waterline project and some of the local streets that are covered under Funding Our Future.
Salt Lake City Public Utilities is replacing the existing water main on State Street between 1st Avenue and 200 North in Salt Lake City. This key public utility is over 100 years old and needs to be replaced to enhance the infrastructure for downtown growth. Work will continue through the summer and will include installation of new water lines, replacement of existing residential water meters, and sewer rehabilitation work. Learn more at statestreetwaterline.com. Our Local Streets program, funded by the 2018 Funding Our Future voter-approved bond, focuses on residential streets selected by pavement condition and council district. Local Streets is focused in the East Liberty Park neighborhood this year. Kensington between 800 and 900 East is getting poured May 3rd and 4th. Roosevelt between 600 and 700 East will be poured the following week on May 10th and 11th. All of these projects are subject to change due to weather since it's still spring here in Salt Lake City.
That's it for the road construction update this week. To keep track of these projects and any others going on in the city, be sure to visit slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, we spoke with Larry Martin, a crossing guard in Salt Lake City, about the importance of the work he does and how you can help.
My name is Larry Martin. I have been a crossing guard for 3 years, actually 2.5 because of COVID. You know, people just forget that there's little kids here and they're anxious to get home just as you're anxious to get to work or where you're going. And the little kids don't realize that, you know, these 1-ton projectiles can do a lot of damage. And I guess the bottom line is, when I was about 12 years old, one of my friends was killed crossing, going to school, and just something I felt like I owed the community, if nothing else. The real challenge is the cars. You've got a 4-way stop here, and then somebody with another stop sign runs up back and forth. And people are so focused on what they're doing, where they're going, that they forget that there's little kids here they can't see. And sometimes you just actually put yourself in more danger than what you really want to be, and you go home and wonder, why am I doing this? But you show up the next day. The first year I was here, We had everybody stopped, and somebody ran the stop sign here, and that's a daily occurrence. I grabbed the two kids who were in front of me, pushed them actually out of the way, and I dove on top of the hood of the car that was in front of us. It was one of the older Buicks that the guy was restoring. We caved the hood in, and he said, "Oh, don't worry about it. I got another one at home." You know, outside of that, it's just normal. People don't pay attention. They don't realize that just because 3 cars have gone, that they don't have the right of way. That, you know, these kids have the right of way until they're completely across the intersection. You know, it's not all the driver's faults. Kids get a little anxious too. I've got a lot of them that say, "Hi, Mr. Larry," or "Thank you, Larry." Thank you. I had one the other day that drew a picture of me with his crayons. I think he looks more like my brother than me. I'm much more handsome. Halloween, you get all sorts of little candies, but mostly it's the smiles and the thanks and things like that. And you do get attached to them. You get attached to the parents that come down here, and you got to say hi to the dogs that are being walked, and it actually makes it fun at times. I would say if you have the time, you care about the safety of children and the safety of those around you, then do it. It's not the best paying job in the world, but you know, the pay's not the point. It's the safety of the kids, the smiles you get, the waves you get, to watch them grow up. We've got kindergartners that are now in the 3rd grade, and to see the growth, and I guess that's more what I'm into it for than anything else. It is rewarding. It's frustrating as heck at times, but the rewards are more than you can actually say, and I really feel inadequate to fill that part in, but if it's something you're interested in, by all means, give it a try. We need all the help we can get.
Now it's time for the History Minute. It turns out that the oldest continuously running bicycle shop in the United States is right here in Salt Lake City. In the 1880s, Alfred A. Meredith and his brother began manufacturing bicycles in downtown Salt Lake to compete with the new craze sweeping the city. Over the next decade, Salt Lake would see an explosion of more than 2,500 bicycles wheeling up and down city streets. In 1904, with bicycles proving to be a lasting fad, James W. Guthrie offered investment and management of the store to the Meredith brothers, and the store eventually took its name from Guthrie. In 1926, the business was sold to Locus Manwaring, whose descendants still own the bicycle shop. In 1931, Manwaring moved the business to the building where it would remain until 2011 at 156 East and 2nd South. For almost 100 years, they sold bikes from this one location, from the old-fashioned high-wheelers to today's carbon frame bicycles. Although they moved locations to Sugar House, Salt Lake City has been their home for close to a century and a half. That's it for this episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So reporting in from beautiful Tracy Aviary, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young with SLC TV. For our interview this week, we spoke with Debbie Lyons of Salt Lake City's Sustainability Department. Our History Minute is about the time Vanilla Ice came to Salt Lake City and got waxed like a chump. And we have our legislative update, our look back, and our new road construction update.
At its April 12th meeting, the City Council, acting as the redevelopment agency, approved Budget Amendment 2 for fiscal year 21-22 and a resolution on the Affordable Housing Funding Strategy priorities. Then, as the Council, received updates on topics ranging from homelessness and COVID-19 to redistricting and various department budgets. Interviewed several applicants to several city boards and commissions, and considered options for increasing community engagement in the council office budget. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Mayor Mendenhall, City Council members, and other members of the community cut the ribbon on the newest piece of public art in Salt Lake City. Dubbed Out of the Blue, the roundabout in the 9th and 9th neighborhood is now home to a massive muraled whale jumping from the soil. Meant to represent the unexpected nature of 9th and 9th, the whale is the brainchild of artist Stephen Kessler and will stand as an artistic monument deep in the heart of a beloved neighborhood. Artist Mike Murdoch painted the inaugural mural on its surface. To watch the complete event, please visit our YouTube page. To learn more about Salt Lake City's public art program, visit saltlakepublicart.org.
Representation matters, and that starts with a redistricting process that is fair, transparent, and inclusive. Redistricting is the way we change districts that determine who represent us. Each decade, U.S. Census data is collected which informs how districts are redrawn. District lines are redrawn to reflect population shifts across the city. This ensures each district has approximately the same number of residents. Districts divide a city and its people into geographical territories that determine who gets elected. These elected officials make decisions that can have a tremendous impact on your neighborhood or community. Your voice is important. By participating in Salt Lake City's redistricting process, you have a better chance of your and your community's values being represented in local government. You can influence what Salt Lake City looks like for the next 10 years. Visit the website to learn how you can get involved in this process.
Salt Lake City's waste and recycling teams work hard to make sure that residents' recycling, compost, and trash are picked up every week from 42,000 homes and businesses. When you find yourself behind a waste and recycling truck, be patient and put safety first. Slow down. Look for oncoming cars and workers before you attempt to pass a truck. Stop if necessary and don't pass if you don't have full visibility or enough space. Look out for pedestrians, cyclists, children, and pets that may be obscured by the truck. Never pass a collection truck on the right. Drivers have blind spots due to the size and angles of collection equipment, and you will be in harm's way. If needed, let the truck finish its collection to keep workers, oncoming motorists, pedestrians, and yourself safe. We can all do our part to prevent accidents and keep ourselves and Salt Lake City's waste and recycling workers safe. For more information, visit slcgreen.com. It's time for our road construction update. We're going to take a look at 200 South and McClellan Street.
Road construction on 200 South will start early May, though you may already be seeing Dominion Energy out on the corridor installing a new gas line. We will be reconstructing 200 South between 900 East and 200 East in 2022. In 2023, we'll reconstruct between 200 East and 400 West. We're excited to see this vital transit corridor transform into a complete street with better bike infrastructure, mid-block pedestrian crossings, and the first ever business access transit lane, which will be bus only with the exception of personal cars turning right. For more information and updates on 200 South construction, check out 200southslc.com. Meanwhile, McClellan Street between 2100 South and Sugar Mount Avenue received Capital Improvement Program funds to make street improvements.
To keep up with these or any other road construction projects in Salt Lake City, be sure to visit slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, I sat down with Debbie Lyons, the Director of Sustainability for Salt Lake City, about what you can do for Earth Day and what the city's doing as well.
It is Earth Week, and for Sustainability Department, every day is Earth Day, so we work on these initiatives year-round, but we work on things from climate change, energy efficiency, renewable energy, air quality, all the way down to food security and other community-type issues. But today, I'm going to focus on air quality because it is a big initiative of the mayor, a big priority, and in her plans moving forward to improve air quality and improve life for city residents. And one of the things that we are proud of is that we serve as an instigator of climate action across the state. So one key thing that we're doing is working with a lot of cities across the state of Utah to transition the entire grid, the electricity grid that feeds into our state, into renewable energy. And we have a great partnership with our utility to do that and with other cities. And so collectively working together, Salt Lake City is taking the lead to bring these cities together to transition to clean renewable energy. The Sustainability Department works on large-scale projects like transitioning our entire electricity grid to renewable clean energy. We work on energy efficiency. We engage businesses on energy efficiency practices and building buildings with clean electricity features rather than combustion of natural gas. To look at practices, procurement, other programs and policies where we can improve our own sustainability. And so one example is we work with our fleet department and look at the fleet replacement and look for opportunities to incorporate electric vehicles. That's one of the priorities of the city. We also have a comprehensive sustainability policy. And just like we engage residents and we educate residents, we also engage internally with employees through trainings, through trainings on our policy, and also just ongoing projects and participation on different city committees where we bring that sustainability lens to the work. To address air quality, there are a lot of things that people can do on their own to reduce pollution. The most simple thing is to drive less. So looking for opportunities to work remotely when you can, to use active transportation, to walk and bike, and condense your trips so that you're not driving as much. There are other simple things like washing your clothes in cold water, even remembering to take your reusable shopping bags to the grocery store. There are many, many things that people can do to just help the environment and also reduce pollution. If residents want to learn more about what the city is doing or what they can do to reduce pollution and address climate change, we have a lot of resources on our website at slcgreen.com. And there, residents can sign up for our newsletters so they will always be in the know of what we're doing, where we need residents to act or take action, and also follow us on social media.
Time again for the History Minute. On May 20th, 1999, Vanilla Ice and his band set their sights on Salt Lake City. The rapper was on tour for the release of his album Hard to Swallow, in which he had tried to reinvent himself away from hip-hop and into what he called skate rock. The Tower Theater had booked him to play, and the show had to be cut short by the third song when all hell broke loose.
The singer had just taken the stage at Salt Lake's Tower Theater when suddenly, according to a witness, including the man who shot this tape, a fan jumped on the stage and punched Vanilla Ice.
Another guy jumped up on stage and was like kind of waving his hands in the air, kind of like he was enjoying it, and then he turned around and decked Vanilla Ice in the face.
After the attack, fighting broke out and there was some vandalism.
Concert goers outside began attacking Vanilla Ice's bus.
It sounds like people were throwing bottles at it. There were some windows that were broken out of the bus, and there was a dollar value assigned to the damage of about $1,500.
Police say no arrests were made, but they did hand out citations. Vanilla Ice did not file a police report.
After this, concerts at the Tower became a thing of the past, and Vanilla Ice continued on to Colorado and parts beyond for the rest of his tour. His most recent tours have skipped Salt Lake City, perhaps out of fear that he'll get waxed like a chump once more. That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So, reporting in for beautiful Library Square, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young, with Salt Lake City TV. On our episode this week, we spoke with Larry Martin, a Salt Lake City school crossing guard. Our History Minute's about the oldest bicycle shop in the United States. Before we get to those, let's take a look at what's happened in the city, what's going to be happening, then our road construction update, and our legislative update.
At its April 19th meeting, the City Council heard briefings regarding Budget Amendment 7, which includes funding for repairs to the Leonardo after flooding and rebuilding a pedestrian bridge over the Jordan River, got a status update on the Foothills Trail system, and received an address by the students in the Youth City Government Program. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall celebrated Earth Day early by visiting the 900 South constructed wetland and reaffirming the city's commitment to water conservation and environmental protection. Mayor Mendenhall was joined by the city's Director of Public Utilities, Laura Briefer, and Deputy Director of Sustainability, Sophia Nicholas, to highlight the environmental work the city is engaged in.
Just about everywhere you look in Salt Lake City is a road under construction. Two of the projects we're going to highlight today for our road construction update are State Street's Waterline project and some of the local streets that are covered under Funding Our Future.
Salt Lake City Public Utilities is replacing the existing water main on State Street between 1st Avenue and 200 North in Salt Lake City. This key public utility is over 100 years old and needs to be replaced to enhance the infrastructure for downtown growth. Work will continue through the summer and will include installation of new water lines, replacement of existing residential water meters, and sewer rehabilitation work. Learn more at statestreetwaterline.com. Our Local Streets program, funded by the 2018 Funding Our Future voter-approved bond, focuses on residential streets selected by pavement condition and council district. Local Streets is focused in the East Liberty Park neighborhood this year. Kensington between 800 and 900 East is getting poured May 3rd and 4th. Roosevelt between 600 and 700 East will be poured the following week on May 10th and 11th. All of these projects are subject to change due to weather since it's still spring here in Salt Lake City.
That's it for the road construction update this week. To keep track of these projects and any others going on in the city, be sure to visit slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, we spoke with Larry Martin, a crossing guard in Salt Lake City, about the importance of the work he does and how you can help.
My name is Larry Martin. I have been a crossing guard for 3 years, actually 2.5 because of COVID. You know, people just forget that there's little kids here and they're anxious to get home just as you're anxious to get to work or where you're going. And the little kids don't realize that, you know, these 1-ton projectiles can do a lot of damage. And I guess the bottom line is, when I was about 12 years old, one of my friends was killed crossing, going to school, and just something I felt like I owed the community, if nothing else. The real challenge is the cars. You've got a 4-way stop here, and then somebody with another stop sign runs up back and forth. And people are so focused on what they're doing, where they're going, that they forget that there's little kids here they can't see. And sometimes you just actually put yourself in more danger than what you really want to be. And you go home and wonder, why am I doing this? But you show up the next day. The first year I was here, we had everybody stopped and somebody ran the stop sign here. And that's a daily occurrence. I grabbed the 2 kids who were in front of me, pushed them actually out of the way, and I dove on top of the hood of the car that was in front of us. It was one of the older Buicks that the guy was restoring. We caved the hood in, and he said, "Oh, don't worry about it, I got another one at home." You know, outside of that, it's just normal. People don't pay attention. They don't realize that just because 3 cars have gone, that they don't have the right of way. That, you know, these kids have the right of way until they're completely across the intersection. You know, it's not all the driver's faults. Kids get a little anxious too. I've got a lot of them that say, "Hi, Mr. Larry," or "Thank you, Larry."
Thank you.
I had one the other day that drew a picture of me with his crayons. I think he looks more like my brother than me. I'm much more handsome. Halloween, you get all sorts of little candies, but mostly it's the smiles and the thanks and things like that. And you do get attached to them. You get attached to the parents that come down here, and you got to say hi to the dogs that are being walked, and it actually makes it fun at times. I would say, if you have the time, you care about the safety of children and the safety of those around you, then do it. It's not the best paying job in the world, but you know, the pay's not the point. It's the safety of the kids, the smiles you get, the waves you get, to watch them grow up, we've got kindergartners that are now in the 3rd grade, and to see the growth, and I guess that's more what I'm into it for than anything else. It is rewarding. It's frustrating as heck at times, but the rewards are more than you can actually say, and I really feel inadequate to fill that part in, but if it's something you're interested in, by all means, give it a try. We need all the help we can get.
Now it's time for the History Minute. It turns out that the oldest continuously running bicycle shop in the United States is right here in Salt Lake City. In the 1880s, Alfred A. Meredith and his brother began manufacturing bicycles in downtown Salt Lake to compete with the new craze sweeping the city. Over the next decade, Salt Lake would see an explosion of more than 2,500 bicycles wheeling up and down city streets. In 1904, with bicycles proving to be a lasting fad, James W. Guthrie offered investment and management of the store to the Meredith brothers, and the store eventually took its name from Guthrie. In 1926, the business was sold to Locus Manwaring, whose descendants still own the bicycle shop. In 1931, Manwaring moved the business to the building where it would remain until 2011 at 156 East and 2nd South. For almost 100 years, they sold bikes from this one location, from the old-fashioned high-wheelers to today's carbon frame bicycles. Although they moved locations to Sugar House, Salt Lake City has been their home for close to a century and a half. That's it for this episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So reporting in from beautiful Tracy Aviary, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young with SLC TV. For our interview this week, we spoke with Debbie Lyons of Salt Lake City Sustainability Department. Our History Minute is about the time Vanilla Ice came to Salt Lake City and got waxed like a chump. And we have our legislative update, our look back, and our new road construction update.
At its April 12th meeting, the City Council, acting as the redevelopment agency, approved Budget Amendment 2 for fiscal year 21-22 and a resolution on the Affordable Housing Funding Strategy priorities. Then, as the Council, received updates on topics ranging from homelessness and COVID-19 to redistricting and various department budgets. Interviewed several applicants to several city boards and commissions, and considered options for increasing community engagement in the council office budget. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Mayor Mendenhall, city council members, and other members of the community cut the ribbon on the newest piece of public art in Salt Lake City. Dubbed Out of the Blue, the roundabout in the 9th and 9th neighborhood is now home to a massive muraled whale jumping from the soil. Meant to represent the unexpected nature of 9th and 9th, the whale is the brainchild of artist Stephen Kessler and will stand as an artistic monument deep in the heart of a beloved neighborhood. Artist Mike Murdoch painted the inaugural mural on its surface. To watch the complete event, please visit our YouTube page. To learn more about Salt Lake City's public art program, visit saltlakepublicart.org.
Representation matters, and that starts with a redistricting process that is fair, transparent, and inclusive. Redistricting is the way we change districts that determine who represent us. Each decade, U.S. Census data is collected which informs how districts are redrawn. District lines are redrawn to reflect population shifts across the city. This ensures each district has approximately the same number of residents. Districts divide a city and its people into geographical territories that determine who gets elected. These elected officials make decisions that can have a tremendous impact on your neighborhood or community. Your voice is important. By participating in Salt Lake City's redistricting process, you have a better chance of your and your community's values being represented in local government. You can influence what Salt Lake City looks like for the next 10 years. Visit the website to learn how you can get involved in this process.
Salt Lake City's waste and recycling teams work hard to make sure that residents' recycling, compost, and trash are picked up every week from 42,000 homes and businesses. When you find yourself behind a waste and recycling truck, be patient and put safety first. Slow down. Look for oncoming cars and workers before you attempt to pass a truck. Stop if necessary and don't pass if you don't have full visibility or enough space. Look out for pedestrians, cyclists, children, and pets that may be obscured by the truck. Never pass a collection truck on the right. Drivers have blind spots due to the size and angles of collection equipment, and you will be in harm's way. If needed, let the truck finish its collection to keep workers, oncoming motorists, pedestrians, and yourself safe. We can all do our part to prevent accidents and keep ourselves and Salt Lake City's waste and recycling workers safe. For more information, visit slcgreen.com. It's time for our road construction update. We're going to take a look at 200 South and McClellan Street.
Road construction on 200 South will start early May, though you may already be seeing Dominion Energy out on the corridor installing a new gas line. We will be reconstructing 200 South between 900 East and 200 East in 2022. In 2023, we'll reconstruct between 200 East and 400 West. We're excited to see this vital transit corridor transform into a complete street with better bike infrastructure, mid-block pedestrian crossings, and the first ever business access transit lane, which will be bus only with the exception of personal cars turning right. For more information and updates on 200 South construction, check out 200southslc.com. Meanwhile, McClellan Street between 2100 South and Sugar Mount Avenue received Capital Improvement Program funds to make street improvements.
To keep up with these or any other road construction projects in Salt Lake City, be sure to visit slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, I sat down with Debbie Lyons, the Director of Sustainability for Salt Lake City, about what you can do for Earth Day and what the city's doing as well.
It is Earth Week, and for Sustainability Department, every day is Earth Day, so we work on these initiatives year-round, but we work on things from climate change, energy efficiency, renewable energy, air quality, all the way down to food security and other community-type issues. But today, I'm going to focus on air quality because it is a big initiative of the mayor, a big priority, and in her plans moving forward to improve air quality and improve life for city residents. And one of the things that we are proud of is that we serve as an instigator of climate action across the state. So one key thing that we're doing is working with a lot of cities across the state of Utah to transition the entire grid, the electricity grid that feeds into our state, into renewable energy. And we have a great partnership with our utility to do that and with other cities. And so collectively working together, Salt Lake City is taking the lead to bring these cities together to transition to clean renewable energy. The Sustainability Department works on large-scale projects like transitioning our entire electricity grid to renewable clean energy. We work on energy efficiency. We engage businesses on energy efficiency practices and building buildings with clean electricity features rather than combustion of natural gas. To look at practices, procurement, other programs and policies where we can improve our own sustainability. And so one example is we work with our fleet department and look at the fleet replacement and look for opportunities to incorporate electric vehicles. That's one of the priorities of the city. We also have a comprehensive sustainability policy. And just like we engage residents and we educate residents, we also engage internally with employees through trainings, through trainings on our policy, and also just ongoing projects and participation on different city committees where we bring that sustainability lens to the work. To address air quality, there are a lot of things that people can do on their own to reduce pollution. The most simple thing is to drive less. So looking for opportunities to work remotely when you can, to use active transportation, to walk and bike, and condense your trips so that you're not driving as much. There are other simple things like washing your clothes in cold water, Even remembering to take your reusable shopping bags to the grocery store. There are many, many things that people can do to just help the environment and also reduce pollution. If residents want to learn more about what the city is doing or what they can do to reduce pollution and address climate change, we have a lot of resources on our website at slcgreen.com. And there, residents can sign up for our newsletters, so they will always be in the know of what we're doing, where we need residents to act or take action, and also follow us on social media.
Time again for the History Minute. On May 20th, 1999, Vanilla Ice and his band set their sights on Salt Lake City. The rapper was on tour for the release of his album Hard to Swallow, in which he had tried to reinvent himself away from hip-hop and into what he called skate rock. The Tower Theater had booked him to play, and the show had to be cut short by the third song when all hell broke loose.
The singer had just taken the stage at Salt Lake's Tower Theater when suddenly, according to a witness, including the man who shot this tape, a fan jumped on the stage and punched Vanilla Ice.
Another guy jumped up on stage and was like kind of waving his hands in the air, kind of like he was enjoying it, and then he turned around and decked Vanilla Ice in the face.
After the attack, fighting broke out and there was some vandalism.
Concertgoers outside began attacking Vanilla Ice's bus.
It sounds like people were throwing bottles at it. There were some windows that were broken out of the bus.
We're going to continue with item number 6, fiscal year 2022 to 23 budget, the Office of the City Attorney. We have Sylvia Richards will be doing the introductions, and we have Katie Lewis and Mark Cottrell from the office. So Sylvia, to start off, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The attorney's budget, well, the attorney's office includes the Civil Practice Division, the Recorder's Office, and Risk Management, as well as a contract with the County District Attorney's Office. The governmental immunity, the fund, the insurance and risk management budgets will be presented separately. The Attorney's Office is proposing a budget of $9,074,133 and 58.5 full-time employees, which is an increase of 13% as compared to the last fiscal year. In particular, this increase is due to a request for a legal secretary position in the Attorney's Office, 1 boards and commissions liaison position for the Recorder's Office, and changing an archives clerk in the Recorder's Office from part-time to full-time. There's also a minutes and records clerk position and some salary adjustments that were made during budget amendment number 2, which would be continued in this annual budget. Additionally, the Attorney's Office is requesting $111,600 to fund some special consultants and outside counsel. And there are several reclassifications that have been made in the Recorder's Office. And at that, I'd like to turn the time over to Katie Lewis, Mark Cottrell, and Cindy Lou Trishman from the Attorney's Office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I need to turn it on? Okay. Hi, City Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you today about our budget. We are here presenting the combined City Attorney's Office and Recorder's Office budget. And I'm here with Cindy Lou Trishman, the City Recorder, and Deputy City Attorney Mark Cottrell. And I'd like to start by first thanking the Mayor and her Budget Committee for their careful consideration of our budget requests and their continued support of our office and our employees. We are so grateful to be part of this extraordinary city team. The City Attorney's Office consists of 18 attorneys, 3 paralegals, and 3 legal secretaries. We also have a Recorder's Division who will be presenting with us today, which has 8 full-time and 1 part-time employee. We also have the Prosecutor's Division, which does a separate budget request, and a Risk Division, which, as Sylvia mentioned, is the Governmental Immunity Fund, and they also do a separate budget request. The theme of our budget request today is that we are a highly sophisticated, big city internal service provider that sits at the hub of the city and is engaged in every city initiative. We're here to support and enhance the work of departments, elected officials, and respond to the public. And we've risen to the occasion this past year to provide that cutting-edge service to our internal clients. This year's budget request, which as Sylvia mentioned is a 13% increase over last year, reflects our objective to continue to provide that sophisticated, responsive service to our city clients with 3 themes: recruiting the very best employees, retaining the talented team that we have, and identifying areas where we are requesting more support to continue that high level of service. With that, we will be presenting those 3 splits: salary increases and reclassifications to ensure recruitment and retention, additional FTEs to help also with recruitment and retention, and technology and outside expert support to continue to support those citywide initiatives. So with that, unless you have any questions about our offices generally, I will jump into those 3 categories, and Cindy Lou and Mark will as well. Great, great. The City Attorney's Office and Recorder's Office are first asking for a budgetary request for salary increases. And the reason for that is our attorneys are known throughout the community as the best and the brightest. Formidable opponents, professional negotiators, honest brokers, and the brightest of the bunch. They're leaders in all areas of municipal law, and our support staff is the same. They're committed to the city, our office, and the community. The City Attorney's Office includes a request to reclassify employees and increase salaries to retain that staff and address the competitive legal market. And those salary increases were recommended by the CCAP and the NFP, who presented to you earlier about being able to continue to be part of the market. The increases also, though, address the rapidly changing legal market that's constraining our ability to recruit that very high-quality legal talent. And currently, any one of our highly talented attorneys could leave their employment at the city, and I'm confident that they could make double, if not triple, what they're making here. So part of our salary request is to retain that high level of talented attorneys so that we can say we're the best mid-sized law firm in the state of Utah. We're also asking for a budgetary request for the Recorder's Office reclassifications, including reclassifying our recorder, Cindy Lou's position. And Cindy Lou will address the reclassification of her employees, but I'd like to take a moment to publicly acknowledge Cindy Lou's extraordinary leadership and vision for the Recorder's Office. Under her leadership, she has made the Recorder's Office more connected, more integral to the city's objectives of transparency and equity, and she has raised the bar on what a city recorder does, and she's the best in the state. With that, I'll turn it over to Cindy Lou to discuss the specific reclassification and FTE requests in her office and her vision for the citywide service of the Recorder's Office.
Thank you, Katie, and everybody here. I feel greatly supported, and I appreciate it. I'll get closer to the microphone. Okay, so there were adjustments obviously required for the Recorder's Office due to the COVID situation and also to the vision orientation of the office when I took office. The Recorder's team has realigned our responsibilities. We've increased professional development opportunities and implemented a team-driven culture. Responsibilities among the team have shifted to facilitate the electronic document management in the centralized repository and to develop support for consistency in processes that are citywide. The reclassification requested includes the minutes and records clerk position, which is due to an increased responsibility for records processed through contracts and agreements, live minute taking, software training, and retention schedule involvement. The deputy recorder reclassification is aligned with the vision of the orientation of the office, which is to increase engagement and develop processes with departments for consistent support while enhancing retention, schedules, and records management. That's the summary of the Recorder's Office, and I'll turn it over to Mark to address the request on the additional legal secretary.
Thank you, Cindy Lou. Are you able to hear me okay? Thanks. In my, I guess now 19 years of legal practice, which is scary to say out loud, our legal assistants in our office, in the city attorney's office, are the best legal assistants I've ever had. And this is a long and varied practice from public service to private law firms and back. And our request for an additional legal secretary or legal assistant is to restore the balance, the work-life balance for our legal assistants, the reasons why they choose to work at our office, and to, quite frankly, deal with the increased workload that has put a strain on them. So right now, we have 3 secretaries or assistants to support 18 attorneys. One of those assistants was dividing her time with 50% dealing with plats, 50% dealing with litigation. Due to the volume of plat work, we've had to shift her to about 90% of her time on plats. So that really means we have 2 legal assistants to support the whole office, 18 attorneys. And so to handle that workload, they've also had to engage in significant overtime work, which has strained our budget, their work-life balance. And so the request, and probably creates an element of burnout with our legal assistants. Essentially, if they wanted to have that level of workload, they could go to a private law firm and make significantly more money than they're making at the city, since they're not going to have that work-life balance. So our request for an additional legal assistant will hopefully restore that work-life balance, retain our legal assistants, and allow us to handle at a high level the type of work that we do for the city.
Thank you, Mark and Cindy Lou. The final category of requests are additional budget for special consultants and technology upgrades. And these really include both citywide transparency and technology initiatives, and then also our ability to retain experts or consultants for citywide initiatives that in some cases serve both the administration and the council, so it makes sense for them to be retained in our office since we serve both branches as well. The technology upgrades include costs for legal research software, opportunities for the use of PrimeGov, which is currently used by the City Council for agenda management, and we would like to have that be used increasingly across the city, and anticipated costs for election support to prepare for the city's 2023 election, which that election support responsibility also resides in the Recorder's Office. In addition, as I mentioned, our retention of experts and consultants who support both the council and administration has become a higher priority for us. And some of examples of those include the contract to retain the city's chief union negotiator, consultants to help on equity initiatives such as Title VI and the ADA, and also with our new civilian review board administrator. The ordinance requires that that board has outside counsel, so we want to be sure that we have budget to support that and that new individual in that position. So those are our 3 categories: retention, recruitment, and technology and software upgrades. We really appreciate your consideration today, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I just want to say that you guys work so ridiculously hard, all 3 of you in all 3 of the offices, and we have over the pandemic, the amount of overtime and sleepless nights Cindy Lou has put in making sure that we have meetings that are open and follow the law, but also create a space where people can still access us and have their voice heard. As I always say, we're the closest to government that anyone ever actually has access to. And the last 2 years, the amount of work that you and your team have put in, Cindy Lou, are above and beyond what I can even fathom. And you still have the time to text me and be like, do you need coffee? So, I mean, it's unbelievable. And then, of course, to our attorney's office, I can't imagine the amount of work that all of you do, especially, again, over the last 2 years with the police audits and the things that we were experiencing within the city, and then still just making the city run when we have, you know, a pandemic and an earthquake and all of these natural disasters, and then, you know, I won't speak for the mayor, but 7 bosses that are incredibly, incredibly demanding. So I really just appreciate all of the dedication that you have, and the dedication you have to the city as a whole, all 3 of you and all of your team. So thank you so much. If I had all of the money in the world, I would give the majority of it to you, but I don't. But I appreciate this budget, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that goes into it, particularly the retention aspect. It's something, Katie, you and I have talked about with last year's budget, and some thoughts I had about the other arm of the attorney's office. And instead of just asking for more FTEs, which is necessary, and I agree with that, but also what are we doing to keep the people that we want here? So we're not spending more and more money on just retraining people, but really keeping that talent. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness in that particular part of this. So thank you all.
Thank you.
And I wanted to thank also, because in the 5 months and 5 days that I've been here, I've been just shocked and impressed with the commitment and the work that everybody does here, and it's just humbling. It really is. But I do have a question about the recorder's office and about this technology and software that we use to track campaign donations and all that is old, you know, to be frank. And has have you guys thought about building something new, buying something new, and what is the cost of that? And obviously this is not here, but is that something that we should do faster than, before it breaks or something like that?
A great point. I can share that the position of my elections coordinator has been vacant for a period of time, and there was discussion prior to that vacancy of reviewing our CFS and how we could improve it. So I don't have a plan at this time, but it is certainly on my list to improve.
I will echo everything Councilmember Fowler said, so I agree wholeheartedly, and thank you very much. The question on the funding of the special consultant, is that on par of what we did last year, or did you kind of say, hey, we stretched it and we need to do more?
It is an increase from last year. This year we spent about $70,000, and our budget request this year I think is
111.
Yeah, 111. So that is our projection of these increased citywide initiatives or experts that we may need to retain.
Okay, so it is an increase from last year?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure we weren't, okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Wonderful. Thank you very much for your time and energy. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I also just want to thank you for the excellent work that you guys do, and you're great, the best law firm in town, best law firm in the state probably. So thank you so much for cultivating such a great team, and Katie, thanks for being a great leader of that office.
It's my pleasure. Thank
and
you.
Cindy Lou. And you too, Mark.
Yeah. Great team.
All right, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a great
you.
night. We're moving on to item number 7. Protecting patient privacy and rights near healthcare facilities. We have Weston Clark from the mayor's office. We have Chief Brown. Oh, I think we have Katie back up here and Mark back up here, or at least they're in the background. And we'll turn the time over, Weston.
Yep.
It's all yours.
Great. Thanks, Council. Nice to see you tonight. Thanks for giving me some time to present this ordinance proposal to you. Thanks for this very smart team to be here with me to help with questions. In the last few years, healthcare facilities have been the target of demonstrations which have disturbed the peace and the residents living near healthcare facilities and interfered with the business of those who operate near healthcare facilities. These demonstrations have also unreasonably invaded the privacy of those seeking all manner of healthcare services. The city has a legitimate interest in balancing people's right to exercise free speech with people's right to unobstructed access to healthcare facilities. This ordinance strikes a balance between protecting the demonstrators' First Amendment rights to free expression and the rights of individuals to access healthcare without being obstructed, as well as the rights of adjacent business and residents to operate and reside in peace. It does it in three ways. Because the city has a legitimate interest in protecting the health, safety, and welfare of individuals seeking to privately access healthcare services, this ordinance proposed today creates a 15-foot buffer zone around healthcare facilities to protect individuals' unobstructed right to medical care, while also allowing other individuals to exercise their First Amendment rights toward the intended recipient of their message. Within 15 feet from the entrance of any healthcare facility, this ordinance would prohibit demonstrating. Often people accessing medical procedures are doing so for private, personal reasons, and that right to privately access medical care without fear of violence or harassment is a legitimate interest that the city can protect. In addition to the 15-foot buffer zone, the ordinance also prohibits unreasonably loud noises within 30 feet of a healthcare facility and prohibits the use of sound amplification devices within 50 feet of the entrance to a healthcare facility. As with the city's legitimate interest in protecting an individual's right to enter a healthcare facility without being obstructed, the city has a legitimate interest in protecting its citizens against unwelcome noise that would likely interfere with medical procedures, care, counseling, or mental health counseling. The city has the authority to adopt an ordinance that protects the peace in neighborhoods and allows residents and adjacent businesses to operate in peace. When an unreasonably loud demonstration occurs in front of a medical facility, it impacts medical providers who might be working in the vicinity with sensitive or traumatized populations. For instance, a demonstration that includes loudspeakers, yelling, or other loud noises could impact another medical professional during a therapy session or while providing medical care to a child or to an adult in a vulnerable state. Unreasonably loud noises could impact safety, as well as patients' and clients' right to adequate care. In Salt Lake City, medical facilities are also often adjacent to residential neighborhoods, and unreasonably loud noises harm the peaceful enjoyment of people's homes. Demonstrators retain the First Amendment right to communicate their message as long as they turn down the volume such that it does not interfere with the operations of facilities near the demonstration or unreasonably impede on the peace of the residential neighborhoods. While individuals have the First Amendment right to free expression, that right does not extend to forcing another person into engaging on the topic. The final measure to address this allows individuals to approach persons seeking healthcare services with a message or to attempt to start a conversation outside of the 15-foot buffer zone. However, if the person seeking healthcare services verbally indicates that he or she does not want to speak or otherwise engage with the individual, that individual must remain 10 feet away from the person seeking healthcare services. This balances the First Amendment with protecting individuals' safe, unobstructed access to healthcare facilities. And with that, I would take any questions.
What I have here on the staff report, it says, a person to, okay, never mind, sorry. I didn't read the would prohibit, sorry. Well, my next question is on the distance, is it clear where that measurement starts when you say the entrance? Is that the door? Is that the steps going up to the door? Is that the ramp going up to the steps, to the door? I mean, where does, I'm Chief Brown's assistant, and I want to tell someone, hey, you can't be within 15 feet, and I'm measuring it from the curb outside, and the protesters measuring it from the front door. And I'm just kind of nitpicking the ordinance here, but
Isn't
maybe.
it defined in the ordinance?
Yeah.
Is it pretty good?
Yeah,
Okay,
Mr. Chair, it's defined right here. It says, entrance means any ramp, stairway, or walkway extending from the front door of the health facility to the sidewalk or park strip.
Okay, as long as that's clear, I just want to make sure that's.
And to take it one step further, we always try to communicate with those because we try to protect everybody's rights, but to communicate, hey, if you're here on this, doing this type of activity, here are kind of the lines in the sand that you need to abide by.
Okay, that's wonderful. I just, thank you. I appreciate this ordinance, and I think it's of very importance, great importance. Any?
Can I use just a few examples of the items that have come up in a lot of, and this has happened in other cities, but people have mentioned these things to us as staff. So the varying COVID views about COVID and the restrictions from the government and things like that, has brought a little chaos in some cases to hospital settings and the like. Also, even though they're well-intended, there were a lot of rallies or support demonstrations at hospitals during COVID, supporting the workers and things, and that that's something difficult to walk into if you've just lost a loved one, or there's a whole range of emotions happening at a health facility, and even though it was nice that people were honoring those workers, those healthcare workers, it created some difficult feelings in various locations. And then also just the unusual thing, I wouldn't have thought of construction workers with a big sign saying, contact such and such because our wages are unfair. And it just doesn't seem to match with the import of going in to get medical care or to see a loved one or whatever. So those were some of the things that had been brought up to us as staff, and so I just wanted to share those with you.
Thank you, Cindy. Any, Councilman Warden?
Can you talk a little bit about how these distances were selected and why they were selected?
Thank you, Council Member. As Weston pointed out, there's a tension between the right to exercise your First Amendment rights and then an individual or a business's right to operate peacefully, or an individual's right to privacy and to access health care without being disturbed. So there is actually a series of cases and ordinances throughout the nation where cities have put into place ordinances like this with buffer zones or with distances for unreasonably excessive noise. And courts have concluded that the distances that are reflected in this ordinance are a reasonable balance between those two important and legitimate interests.
Okay, so these aren't just, selected out of like, oh, that seemed reasonable.
No.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have a question on enforcement, Mr. Chair. So the violation says you'll be asked to leave, but if you don't do that, you'll be liable for a civil penalty of $500, right? That's what I read here. And then if police officers are probably caused to believe a person violated this chapter, give a warning in lieu of a citation. So, but there's no, my question is, if people still persist, right, don't move and keep, being noisy, and even though they have a citation, maybe they have a $500 fine, what else is going to happen? What's the next step?
Well, I mean, of course, there's discretion in everything we do. Hopefully, we can get voluntary compliance by explaining the ordinance to them.
Okay.
We can give them a warning if they continue not to abide by what we've laid out. We can write a citation if we need to. We could take somebody to jail. I'm hoping after, we work with people to kind of lay out this ordinance and what we expect, we would have that kind of compliance. But there's a lot of discretion built into it.
All right. Thank you.
I see no further questions. So this is wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay,
All
thanks.
right, listen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, Mark, Katie. Moving on to the ordinance number 8 of the 20-mile-per-hour default speed limit on city streets follow-up. And at the table, we'll have John Larson and Dan Bergenthal. And Chief Brown. John, the table's yours.
Okay, thanks. Oh, it feels good to sit next to Chief Brown. You feel safe. I'm going to kick it over to Dan to really give the presentation, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Were we going to have something displayed, those maps? Were we be able to get those up there? Or
Did you gave us a presentation, correct?
Yes. We have the transmittal that had some, we talked with LaHua about having some of the, there were some maps that were in there
Taylor,
that might
is
be
that
helpful.
something that you have that you could put up? Something?
Yeah, let me go grab the transmittal real quick.
Okay. All right, well, let's get started. So on March 1st, in your meeting, your work session meeting back then, you asked the Transportation Division to investigate the feasibility of reducing speed limits from 25 to 20 in the city. And, so we submitted that recommendation to you in a council transmittal that you all have now. So in summary, what we recommend is that we change the prima facie speed limit from 25 to 20 miles per hour and change the speed limit on all local streets to 20 miles an hour. The prima facie speed limit applies just on the streets that don't have speed limit signs. This would affect 420 miles, or 70% of all city-owned streets. And the maps that we're looking for will show all those affected streets in blue. And so hopefully she'll be able to get those up here quickly for us. The Transportation Division recognizes the benefits of lower speed limits, especially when it comes to reducing injuries sustained in collisions involving vulnerable road users such as bicyclists and pedestrians. Only about 4% of the crashes in our city involve bicyclists and pedestrians, only 4%, but they make up more than 46% of all the fatalities that we have here. So,
just repeat that one more time.
4% of the crashes in the city involve bicyclists and pedestrians, but they account and they make up 46% of all the fatalities in the city. So that's huge. In a 2011 study conducted by the AAA, they determined the risk of death to pedestrians in the United States who were involved in vehicle crashes at different speeds. There are images in the transmittal that we gave you. They look like speed limit signs, and they provide a sampling of the speed versus risk of death data. For example, a pedestrian involved in a crash with a vehicle traveling at 32 miles per hour has a risk of death of 25%, and at 58 miles per hour, the risk increases to 90%. So looking at 20 miles per hour, the risk of death to a pedestrian is 7%, which increases to 12% at 25 miles per hour. That's an increase of 71% just in death. So also the likewise to the risk of severe injury also increases by 76% when you're comparing 20 to 25 miles per hour. So essentially, small reductions in speed results in exponential gains in safety. Right. Okay, so there we have the.
Taylor,
Those
can
are
we
those
move
speed
to
limit
the
signs.
map? Is that what you'd like to do,
Yeah,
Dan?
move forward, keep going. All right, there we go.
Okay.
All
Can
right.
I ask a question here quick? So that, those fatalities and injuries are for a average person? Is it different for a 5-year-old vice 20-year-old?
Yes, it is. As you get younger and older, the numbers go up. So the risk increases.
The exponential curve is steeper?
It's steeper for the young and the old, yes.
Okay.
Yep. So that's based on the average pedestrian overall.
Right, but then for everyone, as the speed goes up, the force of impact increases exponentially. Just, it's just the physics of it.
Yeah. So as you can see from that map, all the blue streets are the ones that would be affected by this. All right, so that's 70% of all the city-owned streets would be affected by the change we're proposing. All right. And on your own computers, when you have time, if you want to zoom in, you can actually zoom in and see the names of the streets and everything on there.
I have a quick question. There is a lot more of the city than what we see in that map.
Yes.
To the
if
west.
you go to the next page, it moves to the west.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Can I?
Yeah. Took 2 maps to do it.
I want to see. That's great. Thank you.
You bet. So in January 2018, the city of Portland did something very similar. They reduced their speeds on their local streets from 25 to 20 miles an hour. And in 2020, they completed a study that concluded that the change, okay, this is a quote right out of the study, it resulted in lower observed vehicle speeds and fewer vehicles traveling at higher speeds over 30 miles per hour. It is most noteworthy that the reduction in the percentage of vehicles traveling faster than 30 miles per hour and 35 miles per hour are larger in magnitude than the other changes. In other words, the change in speed limit had the most impact on the numbers of blatant speed violators. Those that were going really fast, those numbers dropped on these formerly 25-mile-an-hour roads, which were now 20. So that's a very good thing, right? So, because those are the most dangerous, right? The people that are really blatantly just blowing through the neighborhoods are the ones that are causing the biggest problem. So to implement this change on the street, we would need to replace all the existing 25-mile-an-hour signs on local roads and install some additional 20-mile-an-hour speed limit signs. We estimate the cost for this would be about $100,000.
I have a question,
Yep.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, I just spoke. I was told earlier this year that it was going to be my understanding was that it was going to be cheaper than 100,000, but because there were going to be alternative ways of funding, of making that change on those signs. One being maybe as a sticker over the 5, a reflective sticker that matches, that wouldn't be, that high. So have we explored other ways of replacing those signs that doesn't involve throwing, hundreds of 25 miles an hour signs and redoing them?
That estimate was based just on that, on replacing the signs themselves. We could look into that, to doing stickers or something like that. It's not going to look as good, but it is another possibility, and it would probably be cheaper, yes. So we could look into that. Yep.
We appreciate. I know that I want this to happen. I'm very supportive of this. I also don't want us to, because we.
Sure.
Sticker faster and quicker, and we can get that faster. I think that's not ideal, not to do, but the state does stickers on the state signs all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
I also have when you talk about local roads, we have the neighborhood roads, which are normally no sign, unmarked. Right. And then we have streets we recently already went from 30 to 25. I'm looking at 1300 South. And arterial and collector streets, how are those speed limits going to change? Could be
So those would not be affected by this change in the ordinance. The way it's set up now is the collector and arterial streets is left to the discretion of the city traffic engineer, which is basically me.
Right.
So that's something that for decades we've used this 85th percentile rule, which is that you set the speed limit close to the speed at which 85% of the drivers or fewer are driving. But there's been a lot of questioning of that logic and whether or not that's the best way to set speed limits. We're a member of NACDO, the National Association of City Transportation Officials. A couple years ago, they released some guidance that kind of gives us some national cover on bending away from the national 85th percentile guidance, which is what UDOT uses and is strongly encouraged at the state level. So that's why over the last couple of years we've started just tinkering with changing some of these collectors. So West Temple, south of 9th South is an example. 13th South was another recent example. And there are other streets that I think are worthy of the same consideration of whether or not the current speed limit is too high.
So you would look at possibly, I'm thinking of Sunnyside and 13 East, just because those happen to be in my neighborhood, would possibly go down to 25, or would they just stick with it, what they have? I don't even know what 13 East is, if it's 35 or 30, but I gotta believe it's 30.
Yeah, I'm not sure about 13th East. Sunnyside, I think, is currently at 30.
30, yes.
And I feel like that's probably appropriate. But
and it increases to 40 as you go up immigration, but that's once.
Right.
Okay.
But for example, 4th South on the west side, I think it's 35. That's probably too high.
Gotcha.
So.
And 4 South, when does it change from the state to right near the stadium, or at 13th East? Changes from the state to the city.
Might be at I-15. No, I think it's at
9th West.
Is that where it's
9th West, and then it goes state, I think, all the way to the east.
I'm just but right now those streets are not being addressed in this ordinance.
Yeah, so we'd recommend that that we look at them on a case-by-case basis, which we're willing to do.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for that presentation. I just had a question because I have a few emails in my inbox requesting both local and collector streets to be changed to 20 miles per hour. Can you kind of break that down for me, what that would mean for collector streets also to go to 20 miles per hour and why that's not included in the proposal?
Yeah, so collector streets, that would increase the number quite a bit as far as the number of streets that would be 20. I think the concern there is like 13th South that we recently dropped from 30 to 25. If you drop that again to 20, I think the concern would be that at that point, a lot of drivers would just completely disregard the speed limit because it's so low for a street on which people are traveling such a relatively long distance. There's no doubt that 20 miles an hour is safer, but on a collector, I think if you have a combination of 25 miles an hour with a heavy emphasis on safe crosswalks, because that's usually where the pedestrians get hit, then that seems like a balanced, doable approach.
Thanks.
So for streets that are yet to be built, I'm thinking particularly out in that northwest quadrant as we start to, maybe not so much pedestrian safety, although I do hope that every warehouse has like a walking path and some space for people to be human. But particularly collisions, especially between commuter cars and trucks could be. Do we have any guiding principles for how we'll designate speed limits on those roads as they come online? Will it be driven by typology or?
Yeah, I think generally it makes, as you get into the northwest quadrant and the inland port area, that higher speeds probably make a little more sense within reason. And generally what you're going to try and do is separate the pedestrians even further from the traffic. In some cases in that area, you'll have kind of a bioswell or drainage ditch, and then the sidewalks on the other side of that. And so, and combined with just the fact that you don't have as many pedestrians, and you have a lot of businesses that are, they always seem to be in a hurry moving their freight. And so it seems like it makes a little more sense to go a little bit higher on the speed. But I think the closer you get to parks, schools, residential neighborhoods, et cetera, you really want to start bringing that speed way down.
Mr. Chair, I turned my microphone this time. We talked a little bit about the $100,000 to change the signs, and maybe we find other ways to do that cheaper. Happy to sticker some signs myself, and I'm sure maybe we can all go with stickers. So that could be a fun way of advertising it. Are we allocating any? Is the administration requesting some money for educational purposes? Because I think this needs to be paired up with a very heavy education. And I was in Seattle last year, and there was all these signs all over the place about this. So is there any funding request on this? Maybe if we do save some money on instead of changing the signs and putting stickers on them for a little while, maybe some of that money could be used for educational campaign. So just a thought.
Yeah, there wasn't any money estimated in there for educational, but we do recommend that there is some educational component to all this, and especially we recommend not increasing speed enforcement on the streets either. The focus should be made to educate and especially enforce the blatant speed violations, and we should also target the minority communities, let them know that we're not doing this because we're trying to get people more tickets. That's not the purpose of this. And so that's a good message to get out there to everybody, I think.
Can you, some of the statistics that you read at the beginning, that this has a bigger impact on people who are going 30, can you say that again? Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, I believe I do. That's these things right here, right? But basically, if you're at 32 miles an hour, it's a 25% risk of death.
No, I thought you said something that in the other cities, or maybe in Portland where this has changed, they found that it had a bigger impact on driver behavior for people that were going.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Excessive speeds.
Yes, it was the excessive speeds that dropped most.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting. Can you give that information to staff so that we can?
Yeah, it's actually in your transmittal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just not, okay.
Yeah, and there's also a link in there to the actual study if you want to read that study.
Okay, I was looking for it in our folder for today, but I'll go find it.
It's that we were rushing, and so we...
Yeah, I know. No problem.
Okay.
No problem. I just wanted to get it if we don't have it, because I thought it was really interesting. And then can you talk a little bit about the ticketing aspect? Because some of the people that I've talked with this about have said, like, oh, you guys must be trying to make up revenue. And, I know that we never make money on tickets. But can you talk about that a little bit and why that's not, we don't have to do that in order for this to have a positive impact on our communities?
You're looking at me. You're right. I mean, we'll never be able to write citations enough to pay for this type of for the cost of police officers, motors, everything else it takes. I mean, when it comes to traffic enforcement, there are really 3 E's, and I think you hit upon them. Education is a big part. Sometimes you can stop somebody, and a kind word and a warning goes a long way. Somebody that is egregious and speeding 40, 45, and a 25, well, maybe a ticket is a very good educational piece. And then everything that we do, all the citations we issue, go to our engineering folks so they can start looking at problems in our community that we could maybe look at traffic mitigations and things like that. So, yeah, we will never write enough tickets to pay for the efforts or for the costs of the police officers, but we will make our city safe. Another thing is we work very closely with our communities. They can go to our website. They can go to community engagement. They can go down to Speed Watch. They can click on enforcement requests and ask for our motor officers to come out to different areas. That way we find out the areas that they're concerned about, where they're seeing the habitual speeds of people speeding through their neighborhoods. So that helps us, that really directs us to those areas in those neighborhoods that we can then do that in education, that enforcement, and then pass that information on to our engineering folks to help us with the mitigation and traffic calming issues.
Thank you. I have another question just on the speed limit. Does the city have 35-mile-per-hour speed limit streets? And we do? And is anything in the ordinance to drop those to 30? Or are there any?
There could be. We're willing to look at every one of those. If you would be.
I'm just curious how many streets are at 35 at this time, and would it be advisable to go to 30?
I think the 4th South that I mentioned is a good example of that, and I think 9th West as well. There aren't a lot in the residential part of the city. Most of them are further west, where it's a lot more industrial. But yeah, I mean, we're definitely willing to look at those, and that's something that we could change rather quickly, and wouldn't necessarily require an ordinance. But that's always at your discretion.
Yeah. Just to be clear about how that would work is that the current ordinance that you have right now delegates a lot of authority to the transportation engineer, the traffic engineer. And so while the council can do something on a large scale, like change the speed limit for a big policy reason like this, that doesn't preclude the administration from looking at those individually and making changes as they see fit. So it can be done either way. It could be done either legislatively or administratively, as he's noted.
Yeah, maybe this isn't the right time, but it would be nice at least to look at those streets that are already at 35. If we're going to drop these down to 25 or 20, then it would be, why are we letting those go? And I know we have to let State Street probably in Foothill remain at what they are because they're a state street.
We don't have any control over the
right. We don't have any control of those
facilities, and I will mention that even more important than what the posted speed limit is the design of the street.
Right.
And that's something that we're moving as fast as we can, given the resources that we have, and it seems like every year I've been here, it's been pretty amazing, humbling. It seems like the city keeps upping the game just a little more every year, and some streets are getting complete redesigns, like 9th South or 3rd West, and as part of that, we'll lower the speed limit to match the new design, and then it's really exciting to see in the mayor's recommended budget to bring back a traffic calming program. And so I think starting with a kind of a bold statement about a desire to slow people down and lower the speed limits, followed up with actually, an ongoing effort to actually change the design of the streets to match that lower speed, I think we'll look back hopefully at this time as a real inflection point at which Salt Lake City really upped its game on safety and joined, some of the great worldwide cities at really truly driving down traffic fatalities.
Any other questions?
Yeah, it's just a comment, Mr. Chair. I last week and maybe the last 10 days, everybody read the news about all the many accidents that have been in, not only in our city, but in our county and our state, and so many people dead. And if this helps, save, a life, I think it's already worth the effort. And I know that we all believe that very strongly, that a human life is worth the work. So I appreciate the administration for putting this forward, and I appreciate the amount of work that is going to come with it if this body decides to go forward with this. But I strongly believe that we need to do something. And I remember going to visit with a council member not too long ago, and a pedestrian was hit, when it was on the sidewalk, and that pedestrian, while I was, enjoying dinner, the pedestrian died. So it was shocking to get these updates, that we get here in the council, and I believe that this is the right move. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just make a quick comment as well?
Sure.
I really want to piggyback on what John said of the slowing the speeds, but also really looking at our traffic calming and bringing that back and looking at creative ways to stretch those dollars. I bring this up every time we talk about traffic calming. John knows very well, but that there are ways that we can, I think if we sort of start to change people's thinking about our streets, right? And it is with lowering the speed limit, but it's also with just creating this new idea that streets are for everyone, and that we do have ways to, and shown ways to be able to use our traffic calming, the different scale and different options and different varieties of traffic calming that fit the neighborhood or fit the area. So I think it's always important to make sure we're looking at this from a multifaceted way, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and just want to piggyback on that traffic calming is also incredibly important as it goes to what our speeds are.
Thank you.
So I think if there's no other comments, it's just a quick question. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just also want to say that this is a very important thing. This is not the only solution that we, the collective we of the city, are considering, and this alone won't solve the problem of safety on the streets, but I think it's a good first step and a relatively quick step for us to implement as we try to implement the sort of more difficult, more expensive things like completely changing the design of the road that requires construction and a lot of money and time. Ultimately, that's what I believe we need to do, because we not just a city, we as a nation really have inherited generations of traffic engineering only focused on getting cars from point A to B very quickly, and not focused on making the streets safe for all modes of transportation, including everything from a person walking or on a bike or in a wheelchair, or now e-scooters or whatever else we have. And that is regrettable, and it's a big hole that we have to dig ourselves out of, but I'm hopeful that this 20 mile per hour speed limit will create additional safety quickly and in the short term while we work on those more long-term and permanent solutions. And like Councilmember Fowler said, I also think there's some medium-term solutions that are that we also need to consider that may be quicker, but a little bit more impactful than just the speed limit alone. And also wanted to just reiterate that my purpose for supporting this ordinance change is not to create more enforcement or to write more citations. That is in no way at anyone's, from my understanding and everyone I've talked to, that's nobody's goal in this. I just want to make that clear that that's not why I'm supporting this.
Thank you. I think you have a lot of support from 7, 8 of us up here, because I'll include Cindy. I shouldn't do that. Okay, just 7 of us. Sorry. Is there, go ahead.
I'm serious about the stickers, though. If you need somebody to go out and put stickers on signs, I will happily do it.
So is there anybody who has any, I would just maybe take a quick straw poll, because we could be on the ordinance changes that have been proposed.
Mr. Chair, I propose a straw poll on this.
Because we're going to vote on here shortly.
What?
We'll
Do you want a straw poll?
Yeah, I want a straw poll.
Okay. I hereby straw poll this.
All in favor? Okay, thanks.
And do you, earlier, we weren't sure whether you'd want to adopt it tonight or whether you would want to have it on the 17th. We do have what they have described in an ordinance that is approved by the attorney's office. If you want to adopt it tonight.
I would be looking forward to it.
Okay.
Sorry, Council Chair, can you turn on your microphone? Thank you.
That was my
Okay.
desire
Yeah,
after
we
the.
didn't know
but
if you'd
that's-
have changes, but.
Yeah,
it
I don't
sounds
have any
like
changes to
no.
this. That's what I was kind of asking for the straw poll. Because if we are, then we can look at it this tonight and vote on it tonight for the straw, at the formal session.
Okay, which should be soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Okay, and we will make copies, and we'll make those available to people in the audience, and we'll also post it on our website.
All right, thank you. So, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Quickly moving into the limited formal meeting.
Council Chair, if I could have 2 minutes, please, just to change the direction. Thank you. Am I correct in understanding that you've adjourned the work session? Okay, great, thank you.